Morning. We are back on our planning retreat and got a full schedule through 4 o'clock today, and we're going to try to keep everybody on time. And first one this morning is on our public schools. Dr. Cheeseman.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Such an exciting time in Beaufort County Schools. I do want to pause for a moment and introduce the great team that's behind me here today. Dr. Norris Parker, our Chief Academic Officer, Mr. Keith Mitchell, our District Athletic Director, Ms. Amber Godfrey, who is our Chief Technology Officer, and Ms. Tammy Lewis, our Chief Finance Officer, soon to be retired, so she's got double the smile. But in short, what an amazing team behind me, and these are some of the leaders of our district, and it's great for them to be here today. But first and foremost, I just want to start by saying, is this coming up, the PowerPoint? There it is. Thank you. Thank you for all of your support on behalf of the Board of Education, families, students, employees. What a great way to start the day today to celebrate opportunities for what we're going to be able to do for children of Washington specifically. $42 million needs-based public school capital fund grant. State Superintendent Catherine Truitt providing that investment into Beaufort County, not just Beaufort County schools, but Beaufort County. And what a great opportunity moving forward. And as you may already know, Jimmy Height and Height Associates out of Greenville will be the architect and support the board in building this new school. And we're super excited that he's going to do that. And as you may recall, he's already worked to construct 3 other schools in Beaufort County, which are Northeast Elementary School, John Small Elementary School, and P.S. Jones Middle School. So he has great experience in terms of what the needs are of Beaufort County. And moving forward, the targeted time is August of 2026. So in 2.5 years, we should all be standing together cutting a ribbon, which we're very excited about. And so Mr. Waters, last night you spoke about 3 years ago. Well, it's even a shorter amount of time. So getting into that 2.5 years. So we'll keep you updated. Obviously, we're going to do progress reports back to you. And I want to thank you on behalf of the board for the $10 million contribution, and just super excited to that. But in short, any questions about the needs-based public school grant? I think most of them were answered last night. Excellent. All right, so the board, just to remind you, has a strategic plan that really covers 3 main points of interest, and part of that is educator preparedness. And what I'd like you to know is the state of North Carolina is really looking to work with universities and colleges of attracting people into the teaching profession. And we do feel some of the loss of where those professionals have gone, as we just don't have the same numbers coming out of colleges and universities going into the teaching profession. So we have to start looking at how teaching and learning may be different in our district. We're also looking at the increase of student and district performance, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, where we are and where we're headed, and we're excited about where we're headed. And of course, family and community engagement, how we're getting back out into the community, but also opening up our doors, such as our newly announced watchdog programs of asking families to come into our school building and being a part of the education of all children. All right, so focus areas, each year we try to come in and show you some of the bullet points, and you'll see some of these are the same as previous years. That's because you're on a 5-year strategic plan. So there might be a couple that have been added in, but we'll update it as we go along. I would say the number one thing that the Board of Education is really looking at right now is safety and security for all of our schools. And we had a fantastic meeting yesterday with Sheriff Hammonds and Lieutenant Mills. The Beaufort County Sheriff's Office conducted a federal audit. They used a federal template to meet with each school-based principal to really walk through this template, and it shows policy needs, it might show material needs, it might show types of regulations and procedures that we would need to tighten up our security for all of our campuses, including our district offices as well. And so through that, the board is trying to put together really a comprehensive safety plan of what those needs might look like, sound like, feel like inside of the building. So again, some of those might be material needs, and some of those are just behavior modifications as to how we do business inside the school around threat assessments. And we do want to thank the Sheriff's Department and our local police departments who are helping us work through these moments. But I would say that's the number one thing that we're looking at right now, as we, like many schools, have had some issues on our campuses And I would say that our employees have done a very nice job in terms of how they've responded to that. And also, we really want to be forward with our families about what's appropriate to bring to school, what's appropriate in terms of behavior at school, and ultimately, the safety of all people, including our employees, is going to be the essential thing. Looking at the state accountability model, so the General Assembly is coming into short session, and they have an opportunity to change the accountability model. And as you may recall, the accountability model sits on an 80% proficiency, 20% growth factor, and each school district, or excuse me, each school in the district receives a single letter grade. Well, lots of different debate over time, and you can also have a low performing status. So lots of debate over time as to whether a single letter grade truly depicts what your school is doing. So in short, the General Assembly is now listening to potential model changes from the State Board of Education, the State Superintendent, and we anticipate that the General Assembly in the short session will actually approve an accountability model change that would change it to 4 different buckets of information. So in the future, whenever they decide to implement it, I'm hearing 2 or 3 years down the road, you would not have one single letter grade for a school. You would have 4 different letter grades for academics, progress, opportunity, and a few other things. So they're working through the subsets of what it would look like and sound like for school districts across the state, but we do anticipate seeing an accountability model change over time. And even in the proficiency and the growth metrics, still not certain in terms of percentages what things might look like, but keep your eyes open and look to continue to read about the General Assembly and what they're going to do with the accountability model. ADM and student enrollment for us, obviously that's always a factor, and if you recall, the state of North Carolina, and many families don't understand this, in the state of North Carolina, specifically for Beaufort County, we receive X number of teacher positions based on total enrollment. And what many people have a misconception around is they believe it's X number of teacher positions for a singular school, and that's not the case. And so in short, our team behind me, here's the allotment number, and then we really have to sit with principals and we have to sit with other teammates to see, well, how many students do we project at a given school? What are the class size laws between K through 3? And then how do you distribute those positions? And so that is why sometimes during the course of a year, you might see a teacher be moved from point A to point B, as that allotment is for the entire district, not for a given school. So you actually might have an enrollment increase at one place or an enrollment decrease. So we do shift in the business model of education. Interestingly enough, those shifts typically come because you have class size laws, again, K through 3. So as an example, if 20 might be the max in a classroom, and a new family moves in November and brings one child, and it's now 21, by law, I have to staff another teacher. And so therefore, if you're walking through the building and you say, gosh, Brian only has 10 students in his class, and Anita has 11. This building is almost empty. Well, that's why. Is instead of having 21 in a room, the law says I can only have 20. So now I have 2, one of 10, one of 11, and it looks a lot less, but that's the state law. And so we look at ADM, right around 5,800 students this year with pre-K, but we are strongly looking at student enrollment in terms of attracting families to our community and enrolling them in public schools. And so our planning allotments for 24-25, you'll start to see those from the state typically around March. And our team behind us sit with principals, and we talk about what their future looks like inside the building for the next school year, what their needs are based on academic enrollments, meeting courses that are offered, and ultimately how we're going to staff the school and move people around.
Dr. Cheeseman, so this scenario you just talked about, where you may have a new family that comes into the district, and say that's mid-year. Your allocation has already been given to you at the beginning of the year. Does the state recognize that and give you additional funding, or do they say sorry?
No, sometimes they say sorry, but I can petition back. There's 2 actual things I can do. Is one, I can apply for a waiver and say to the state, look, the class is small enough that one should not be so impactful to the other students in the room learning, right? But you can't ask for a waiver in consecutive years. That's where we get hung up a little bit. But in fact, no, the state doesn't generally give you the extra position. And so therefore, we have to utilize local funds to help us with that position. And or if it's a Title I allotted school, and if in the Title I plan, we have additional money sitting there, and if the site-based Title I team, including parent participation, agreed to use that money, then we can use federal funds in that Title I school. If it's a high school, which are not Title I in Beaufort County, then that money's coming out of our local budget. And that's where my good friend Tammy Lewis tries to help us out and figure out how we're going to do that. And I think what you're alluding to, which I can confirm, is all of a sudden it creates a dynamic shift of what the flow of cash looks like in terms of what your projects are versus what your instructional courses are versus how you're going to impact or how you're going to add this personnel to the school. Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Thank you. School resource officers. So as I think we're all aware, we're looking at the transition from Allied to the Sheriff's Department. Super excited about that. I can confirm for you, yesterday the Board of Education was working significantly in terms of their efforts and energy and intention around the MOU with the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. So I've been charged by the board to make some of the corrections from the previous MOU as suggestions. And I'd like to say probably within the next 10 business days, we'll have that back over to the sheriff for his review, so his team can look at it and then add and subtract. So that is ongoing, and I believe that from our December 20th meeting that was held here, I believe that Scott Hammond's committed to an April 1st timeline of having an MOU in place. So the Board of Education is working to keep that timeline intact. School calendar. So each year the Board of Education approves a new calendar for the upcoming year. No real major changes to it. Nothing significant in terms of your General Assembly making any legislative changes. We would love to see school obviously start earlier in August. And remember, we do have two school calendars, one for your early college high school and one for your traditional schools. Early college is able to start earlier just based on General Assembly and law that's been put in place around early college high schools. But for the rest of us, we typically start around the Monday closest to, I think it's August 26th, if I remember correctly. We would love, bless you, we would love to absolutely have school start a bit earlier. I think it would be incredibly dynamic for kids and families if, in fact, students finish school at the end of May, started school towards the beginning of August, but that's not the case right now. So teachers typically come back the week before school starts. Our calendar is now in place for the upcoming school year, and we feel pretty strong about it. But right now, there are no General Assembly, there's no urgency to make any type of change to the public school calendars. Any questions about anything off of these focus areas? Yes, sir.
I understand that you, and I wrote a note here on SROs. The memorandum of understanding is by April 1st. What is the progress report looking like? I mean, what's your backup plan if things don't work out by this date or this time?
So, great question. Right now, the Board of Ed still remains in a contract with Allied Universal Security. That contract expires in the summertime. So we're still having conversations with Chief Robert Qualkenbush, who represents Allied, in terms of what it could look like moving forward. Allied's concern, and I think it's a legitimate concern, is with the understanding of the potential transition, and some of their employees who happen to be certified police officers may look for other employment. So you may actually see a very similar circumstance as when Sheriff Ernie Coleman at the time pulled out of the MOU. You started to see deputies intermittently leave the school building. So that's a concern Allied has, but since they're a national company, they're committing to having, armed law enforcement officers in our buildings. So you might actually see people transition in from other places of the state or the country to support anybody who's leaving a position. But to the point is Allied right now is working with the board and myself specifically around what the transition plans look like and how fast how they can maintain staffing if in fact the Sheriff's Department is not able to staff 12 officers. So I think they are still committed to us. I can say with certainty they're still committed to us. They've considered hybrid programs to help with the transition. But we still feel very confident that our schools will be protected throughout the year. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Question. I know, I expect just a yes/no answer, but
Sure.
concerning security, were there any glaring things that need immediate attention? And I just need to, I know you can't detail, just yes or no.
Yes, I would say so. I think number one, Commissioner Walker, is how do we understand what students and adults are bringing into our schools? So a kickback response typically from families is you need a metal detector. Well, you need a little bit more than that. You need a weapons detector now, right? Not just a metal detector. But in short, the board is very serious about looking at weapon systems or detection systems, but they're also looking at how to really strengthen the integrity of a building, to have single point access, whether it's the front door or the bus lot, right? To really shut down side access, make sure no one has a rock stuck in the door so a kid can run through it or an intruder can run through it. So some of it is really about behavior, of just knowing what security and safety looks like in a school. But to your point, there are other things there. Material things such as weapons detectors, material things such as fencing. A fair amount of recommendations came out of that meeting of 6-foot fencing around some of our campuses. When you look at Washington High School specifically, that is a wide open campus. Even though you're stuck back in the trees, wide open campus, you have points of entry in many different places. So our school resource officer, but our administrative teams, plus our teachers there do a really great job of just seeing something, saying something. And our most recent incident there was because a student saw something, said something. So we're really developing the culture of that it's a positive thing. If you see something, you should say something. But also coming out of that is really more so about maybe some of the procedures, maybe some of the policies that we may need to put in place around safety and security. But yes, I think I'm not sure I would call it glaring, but there are things that we absolutely have to get on top of.
Concerning Washington High School.
Yes, sir.
Does the board and you have any ideas of changing the way that it's wide open, or is that not a possibility?
I believe it's a possibility. I think part of that goes back to what the recommendations were coming yesterday. Yesterday, the Sheriff's Department spoke on the averages of safety, meaning they took all 12 schools and utilizing a federal template that had 5 categories of low to high. And it really talked about need. And so in short, they didn't talk about Washington specifically, but in those averages, it includes the open campus. But some of that is fencing, some of that is locking systems, some of that is just how you funnel the flow of people movement. Here's a really great example. When a student returns from Beaufort Community College having taken a morning class, that student may enter the back side of the campus because they're a car rider, they're a driver. So they're coming into an open gate because it's not an automatic gate like you would see on our transportation department. That's one thing that can slow people down. Right now you have an open campus because people can drive straight onto it. Well, then that student may park in the student parking lot, which is on the back side of the campus. So what's the safety of that student who's now in the parking lot by themselves? Right, so it's, teenager, 17, 16, right? But then where does that student actually enter the building? So if the student is parking in the back, do you anticipate or expect the student to walk all the way around to the front of the building? Well, most kids are not going to do that. So then they walk up past the theater, they come into the side, and then they just knock on the door. And if kids are walking by, someone just shoves the door open and the student walks right in. Those are the types of problems that we have. And so we have to really look at what is campus flow looking like for students and car riders coming in. P.S. Jones, John Small, similar thing. So even though you have this dynamic pattern of traffic flow and all the lines are on the ground and everyone knows where to drive, you occasionally have adult behaviors who drive down the back speedway all the way down, drop their kid off in the bus lot, and then that kid knocks on the door and somebody opens the door. So I think part of it is behavior, people flow, security, how we can put gates that may be automatic, not necessarily padlock, but automatic. I think there are a lot of systems that we need to look at, definitely. Other questions about what used to be up there? There you go. All right, so, oh, yes, sir.
Are we getting any closer to a school safety plan, overall school safety plan that lays it all out, puts it in writing, maybe even does an outline on such for discussion, and then maybe refine it and get it to a point there where we all agree that it's going to work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. Keep me apprised.
Will do, sir. All right, so next bullet, student wellness and discipline. We think a fair amount of this goes hand in hand. And so seeing that a fair amount of problems that our students are experiencing at home are coming into our schools. And that also might be problems that students are having with each other in our neighborhoods that then come into schools because they see each other, run into each other, and then they try to solve their own issues. And that often results in discipline or a behavior that requires discipline, right? So in short, we're really looking at student wellness. And I think I've told you before, suicide ideation in Beaufort County, the highest point is in grade 5. And if you understand that, you're talking about 11-year-olds, right? And those are real. We have had a fair amount of uptick in DSS cases, some domestic issues where students are not being treated well at home or cared for at all. And so we've had an uptick on that all over the county, not just in Washington, but we've had an uptick in Chocowinity and a few other places. So we're really starting to look at how do we help our students, one, just even cope, and how do we get them the resources that they need to even be functioning in a given day. But two, we're also looking at discipline in terms of what's the strength of it, what's the intent of it, and then ultimately, how do we get the student back, transition back into the classroom. What I think is a real misconception at times is many people, some community, some employees, and just other, believe that when a student acts aggressively and you suspend them, that they should be gone forever. And they're not. The law allows them to come back, and they should be able to come back as long as their behavior's been modified. So we do have alternative learning programs, as you know. But this is a focus area for our board, and I think it's going to be a strong focus area for a long period to come, is that we have to understand where our students are mentally, at times emotionally, in terms of their wellness. And please know, I always appreciate how your commission supports students in terms of feeding programs, especially summer programs. But for some of our students, 2 meals a day at school are the 2 meals they get. And we always just want to be mindful that coming into our school buildings is an uptick in their environment for many of our kids. In terms of technology, 5-year sustainability plan, Amber Godfrey would oversee this. And as you know, this is something that state requires us to do online testing. Much of your paper pencil has moved to online, so we need to have technology in place. And so we try to look at that 5-year sustainability plan. At times you see that coming into your budget. Teacher and other personnel shortages. An area where we're actually struggling, and not just locally, but across the state, school counselors. School counselors is an area that we're struggling right now. Many of our counselors are getting picked off by bigger districts, but at the same time, school psychologists, behavior specialists, therapists, the salaries that are set by the state of North Carolina for public schools are a bit lower than what those individuals can make in the private world. So we still struggle to have those positions coming into us. And the state of North Carolina General Assembly has allocated more money for those specific positions. But because of the short amount of people who are available versus the amount of districts who need them, we struggle to hold on to some of those counselor positions. And also teachers. Again, as I said earlier, They're not coming out of the universities in the plentiful amount that they used to be. And here's a good example for you. Snowden Elementary School, 19 total teachers, 16 are lateral entry. Of the 3 that are certified, 2 just got a new job in a larger district, or in another district, I would say. All right. So Snowden is not the only district that has lateral entry teachers, which are second career opportunities for people. But in short, we're trying to stay with the pace of, retirements walking out the door, promotions to other places, people making life changes, and staying at the same pace of trying to refill those positions. And so at times, we do have to put students into a more type of a learning platform, such as Edgenuity and other things, until we can find a certified or lateral entry teacher. Those are things that the Board of Education struggles with. Building teacher and administrator pipelines, similar idea.
Have you considered working conditions is one of the teacher problems, but we're having teachers, keeping teachers in the classroom, the ability to control a classroom, the ability to eject a problem student without having administration force that student back into that classroom, the ability to actually lecture. A lot of these classrooms are on autopilot. Now you go in and you hit the button on the computer, and the computer program, the teacher sits down, they have nothing to do. Have you considered the quality of the job as a way to keep teachers as opposed to everybody talking about more money and more money and more money?
Yes.
So what have you done to improve the quality within the school of the workplace for a teacher?
So let's talk about that. First of all, in the state of North Carolina, every 2 years, state of North Carolina puts out a teacher working conditions survey. So it's an anonymous survey, and this year through Jenny Korn and her team at DPI, they specifically really zeroed in on this working conditions survey to make it, I think, more insightful around what the responses look like. So this spring, our teachers will actually be able to take that survey again, and we see the results in terms of percentages based on questions that are asked. And from that, it's anonymous, so we don't see who actually responded to it because the state runs it and they send us all the details. And then it's distributed back into the schools to look at, so our site-based administrative teams can look at that, work with our district teams to see where some of the problem areas might lie, and actually work with our adults inside the building. A few other things. Our administrative teams try to be very supportive and responsive to our classrooms. And in short, when there is a disciplinary issue, then they're responsive to that, and sometimes the student does have to come out. But always remember, you modify the behavior, and by law, the student is allowed to come back into the classroom based on the infraction determines the time. But I would say one thing that really helps right now in terms of just the quality of working conditions is that we work with individuals directly. So our administrative teams build relationships with their employees inside the building, because I don't want you to just think teachers, but I'd like you to think school nurses, counselors, custodians, cafeteria staff, bus drivers. So I think our team does a really nice job, meeting our site-based team, of gaining feedback for what's working, what's not working. All right. I don't think our classrooms are on autopilot, but I'm not going to use this platform to argue that. But I'm simply just going to say that there's an awful lot of people who are doing a lot of great things inside of our schools. And I think more than anything, we can always get better in terms of how we can respond to things. But I do believe our teachers, our staff feel appreciated, and there are avenues for them to have those discussions when they don't. Other questions? All right, so looking at teacher and administrative pipelines, very hard to staff highly qualified principals and administrators, but one of the great things that you can do is build a pipeline within your own county. And these are individuals who know your schools, know your communities. So in many of our schools, our principals are pipeline hires, meaning that they were a teacher here, they became an administrator here, and now they're a principal here. So we're super excited about that. So yes, we still look globally for highly qualified administrators, but we've done a really nice job of building a superintendent's leadership cohort where they're trained before they're put into those positions. And we're excited to say that I think out of 13 of our schools, 10 of the 13 are staffed by an internal pipeline hire as in the principal position. Curriculum instruction updates and changes. just so you know, the state of North Carolina just released the science standards. And so those are standards that now Dr. Parker behind me and his team are rolling through to see what the changes might be and the upgrades might be to that. And so that's the latest and greatest for us. But also, as Catherine Truitt may have alluded in previous conversations, letters training, it was 180 hours of professional development specifically for K-5 teachers all around the science of reading. When it was first brought out several years ago, people were absolutely concerned around how much time this was going to take, was it going to be a burden on the teacher. What I do want to tell you is Beaufort County Schools in October of this past year was recognized by the State Board of Education for having grade 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's important to hear it all. All of those grade levels in English language arts advanced in their school performance over the previous year. A large part of that is because of letters training, meaning the science of reading, of how we teach reading and how we help students learn how to read. But again, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, on the averages of all the schools put together, advanced in their teaching and learning. And I think that's really important to know because the letter grade of a school doesn't show that. But when you break down the percentages of our kids learning, yes, they are. And so we're excited about that. All right, so the academics, to that point, and I've said it before to you, and I'm super excited to report it, 9 of our 12 schools this past school year increased their school performance grade. So remember, it's a 15-point scale, so 100 to an 85 is an A, that 85 to 70 is a B, 55 to 70 is a C. All right, so remember, before pre-pandemic, 0 low-performing schools, pre-pandemic. And then during the pandemic, most people think it was 2 years. It actually fell over 3 academic years, which they used to say, hey, if a student had 1 bad year, it would take 2 to catch up. If you had 3 pandemic years, you're looking at 6 to 9 years to catch up, which is a struggle for all public schools, but I think we're getting after it pretty well. I also want to say that we have 0 failing schools. 0. And I just want to pause there. Yes, we have some Ds, and we are very close to coming out of low performing. As a matter of fact, we anticipate leaving low performing status this year. And what that means is more than 50% of your schools have a D or an F. Well, Chocowinity Middle School is like 1.5 points away. Washington High School is 1 point away. Northeast Elementary School is 2 points away. I mean, we have professionals inside the building helping our students who understand just how close you are. But remember, when they walk into a classroom each and every day, they don't care about the letter grade of the school. They care about what the child is learning. And it's very important to know that we have kids who come to school every single day and families who believe in our schools, despite what the letter grade is. Chocowinity Primary moved from a B to an A. We have A schools. Bass moved from a C to a B. We have B schools. 0 failing schools. I just think it's really important to state that. In terms of leadership changes moving forward, state and local, you have primary coming up, a general election coming up, so we anticipate changes all across the state. And of course, each and every year, sometimes that would, or each and every time, that sometimes pauses the work that you're doing to get new ideas, reflection on what you've been doing, and new marching orders in terms of a strategic plan. And then of course, right now the district is preparing for retirements and departures. This is the season where we learn who might retire towards the end of the school year. We hope they give us enough notice. Not all the time. Some people learn that they could retire right in June and they're out like the next day. But anyway, we're also planning and acting in that time of uncertainty. And what I mean by uncertainty is really back to the leadership changes, really back to state funding, federal funding, and what it looks like for our schools. That's our projected enrollment right now, including pre-K at 5,800 students. And our operating budget has come up a little bit because of federal funds that have come in based on ESSER and other items. And to that point, please recall, your ESSER funding initially expired September of this current calendar year of 2024. The state has advanced that to January of 2025. However, in Beaufort County, we're sticking to that September 2024 And I'm very proud to say that the Board of Education used $5 million of their ESSER funds for the HVAC and boiler project, and that is completed. It just has to be, inspected and signed off now, so we're super excited about that as well. So, any questions for me or the team behind me? Sir?
John?
When is the technology bubble going to have to be replaced? What's the timeline on that?
That's a great question. So, well, we were closed on March 14th, 2020 at 4:30 on Saturday afternoon. At that moment, we had some of our schools with 19-year-old desktops. And so, obviously, because we went to remote learning, we had to do a fairly large order. So from there, we upgraded a lot of things in our classrooms to make sure that students had and teachers had what they needed. So to answer your question, you could really start counting back to, I'd say, spring of 2020. If you're looking at end of life being 5 years or less, then that bubble is really going to hit 25, 26. And so from that point, I believe we were looking at approximately of a $2.5 million plan to specifically help us with the end of life. And each year the board has put it into their budget request, $500,000 for technology, or it's increased if we didn't feel as though they got that specifically for technology. So I think one year we put $500,000, the next year we put $625,000. We're trying to stay in that 5-year window. But I think the bubble's coming, and we're going to see what we're going to need to do. Doesn't mean we can't apply for grant monies. I'm sure that we will. We'll also see what type of state aid we get in that regard. But the bubble's coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
When you look at your retirements and people transferring to other districts, and you're short on personnel, what restricts you from going and using a retired teacher that may be 52 years old, 54 years old, and is kind of bored, would like to have a little bit more income?
No, I love it.
I mean, tell me what the restrictions is. Is there a 1-year period, or and is there anything that we can do at the state level as it relates to the legislature trying to get it changed?
There is. Great question. I do appreciate you bringing that up. The restriction right now is the retiree has to sit out 6 months.
6 months.
At the state level, if you could advocate for us that they could immediately go back to work after they retire, that would help public school systems and specifically Beaufort County schools immediately, because we do have people who are eligible to retire who would love to come back and teach part-time, maybe 2 classes a day or 1 class a day, or a few days a week versus 5 days a week. There are retirees who want to do that. So at the state levels, if you could advocate for legislation to change, that would really benefit us. A few other things. Some of your retirees are ready to go play golf. They've taught 30 years, 35 years, they're done. So not everyone who retires wants to do it. But the other part of that too is where's the critical need? And depending on what they teach versus the content of what our needs are, we would always love to have our retirees come back and work with us in some type of capacity. But typically it's 6 months. And the reason that's important is how do you introduce a new teacher into the middle of the year? And if, let's say, you retire in May, I have to think about, okay, how do I get you in November or December? So where is the actual entry point? What school? So all those things are considerations. But yes, if you could advocate at the state level, that would be amazing for us.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Yes.
Okay. Answering the question about why getting teachers back in the classroom after retire, you need to go to the other end of that, and you need to say, why did this teacher retire the instant that they could retire and get out of the classroom? And the answer is working conditions. It's as simple as that.
I don't agree with that.
There are plenty of people, well, I don't care whether you do or not. It's true.
I'm not going to let you say
Look,
that.
you can sit there and fly in the face of this if you want to, but let's look at it a minute, because I happen to be old enough to have seen a lot of people retire
And when's the last time you've been in our buildings?
It's not up to you to question
Have
me.
you
You haven't
been in that
invited me in the building. You've done what you could to keep me out.
No, that's an open door.
I'm not going back and
I'll walk
forth
in today.
with you. You need to let
in
me
the car
speak.
with
You're in my venue. So if you don't mind, please
I'm not
afford
gonna
me
let
the
you talk down
courtesy
to us.
of listening
I'm not
without
letting you talk
fighting.
down to me.
Please afford me the
I'll afford it to
courtesy
you.
of listening. I have the right to speak. I have the right to give my opinion.
You do, and I have the
Okay.
right to disagree to it. I'm not going to let you talk down on our school system the way you have. No.
I'm not talking down on your school
Our working
system.
conditions. I've
I'm
already
fighting for
explained it.
better working conditions for teachers.
Yep.
I'm in
All
a
right, keep
community,
going.
I hear from teachers. If you don't mind, I hear things that you don't hear that they're afraid to tell you,
Sure,
okay?
sure.
Okay, because you're running a very autocratic system, and I hear that all the time.
Members.
Please let me do my
I'm
job.
listening. I'm listening. But I'm not going to let you put this board down. I'm not going to let you put this school system down. I've listened to your working conditions survey question. I've answered it. Our employees know how they can actually have conversations with people in our district if they have concerns. I invite you to get in my car and go to a school with me and walk through it. To my knowledge, you've not been in one of our public schools in quite some time. The door is open for you at any given time, every single day if you'd like to go. Any school anywhere in our district. But I'm not going to have you sit here and talk about our public schools of Beaufort County when I know you've not been there. So what would you like to ask me?
Please let me know when you've finished.
I'm done. Go ahead.
You're sure? Because you and I have had a problem with this before with
depends.
you
It
breaking
depends on
into
your
my
next question.
conversation,
It
so.
depends on your next question.
You're going to play this game
It's not a game.
until the chairman tries to shut me down and
I'm
shut the
gonna
meeting
fight for
down.
Beaufort County
I'm going to
schools
let you
and our
talk
employees.
all you want to.
I'm here all day.
Any other commissioner?
No, wait a
have-
minute. I haven't even asked my questions yet. All I've had is interference. If you don't mind, I'm going to have my time.
Well, the only
Whether you
thing,
like it or not, because we have time on the agenda.
but you do not monopolize on all of our time. We have 7 elected commissioners, and you're only one. So I ask you very politely, get to your point and let him answer the questions, and then we'll move to other ones.
Do you have the ability to shut this guy up so I can talk?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be very nice to our speaker, and I'm going to try to be nice to you. So please, ask him a question if you've got a question.
I don't have to ask him a question. I can make a statement. It's still a free country.
Right. Go ahead and make a statement.
All right, I've given you my opinion about working conditions. You have serious working condition problems for teachers in the school system. Now, going on with this, last year I asked you if you would give us certain information in your budget proposal, which you refused to do, and then claimed that you had not heard the
That's
request.
not accurate. I hand back what you asked for. I send it directly.
It is
to you.
accurate, so if you don't mind, well, I'm going to make a request again, so we'll see how well you can perform.
I performed very
Okay.
well. I'll send it back to you.
That's your opinion.
I'll send it back to Brian Ellis.
That's your opinion.
9 board members are my employers.
Yes, that's true. Now, I asked last year for a list of the positions that are funded entirely by the county budget. In the whole school system, that's everybody in the school system. Maintenance, teachers that are provided out of that system. And then I asked for a list of positions that are partially funded by county money and the number of those. And I don't want it presented in a cryptic form that I have to take and sit down and look at 3 days in order to try to understand it. Because if you are as smart as you say you are, you're going to give this to me in a form that I can understand. Okay? Now, I also want, when you present your budget information, the amount of lapsed salary that you have. The total as of whatever date you submit it. Are you willing to provide that?
Yes, every time.
Well, okay, well, let's hope so this year. And we do need to understand that while we hear a lot about what's going on here, working conditions are a serious problem within the school system, and we need to keep that in mind. That is probably the biggest problem that we have. People do not retire. I know plenty of people who retire and stay right at work because of the working conditions. If working conditions are good, you don't have a problem getting people to stay in the school system. If working conditions are not good, you have the problems that you have. Thank you.
Okay, John?
I've had the opportunity and sort of the blessing to be able to go into I don't know, half a dozen schools over the last 6 months, or 3 months.
Thank you, sir.
There's no problem with working conditions in those schools. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay? And it's sad that we sit here and have one commissioner try to bash a school district that is trying desperately to perform and use every resource they have to do so. And I just totally object to that type of approach and attitude on behalf of you, because it falls on the county in total. Anybody that's out there listening to this video, listen to this stream, you want to turn your mic off?
You're not going to get very many votes with this.
Let me ask you, show respect. I want to give everybody else a chance, and our time is getting short. So let's just quit the battering back and forth. Let's try to be constructive when we have the superintendent.
We'll let the public decide who shows up.
I would ask you to keep your mouth shut.
I would ask you to keep your mouth shut and stop trying to control me.
I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to be fair to the other people. Okay? John?
No.
Randy?
It's not worth the time.
The support I saw yesterday with the teachers, they seem to be very pleased about their working conditions.
Stan?
Yeah, I got a question. Switch it up just a little bit. Understanding the political ambitions of DEI and how it wants to change our society forever, maybe turn us to a Marxist hellhole. To what extent are we ridding DEI from our schools?
Ridding it?
Yeah, getting it out. I mean, it is an aberration. It is an abomination. How are we getting it out of our schools?
Can you cite examples of where it is? So
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's there. I know it's got to be there. You've got that many teachers. It's going to be happening. Now, I'm asking, is there a plan to make sure that it does not exist in our schools?
I'm just asking, based on your assumption that it's there, based off of our teachers, of which we appreciate, if you can cite examples of where you see it, then I can address it.
Well, when I have firm examples, I will express that, but that was not my question. My question was...
That is my response.
Okay.
Answer the question with a question is very disrespectful.
For you.
Please. Ed?
Well, I just want to say I visit our schools from time to time. But the sad thing here is you expect to do better when you talk about bad things happening. That don't help us to do better. I was in a meeting a few weeks ago, and Chief Justice Paul Newby, Supreme Court of North Carolina, talked about some of the things that we was doing here in Beaufort County. And it was the thing that we was doing with the drug program and stuff like that. And I told some people that we went to a civic class at Washington High School, Frankie and I. And that wound up me going to tell what happened in St. Paul's, Minnesota. Those are the good stories that we need to tell. All this bad stuff, and if you got an employee that stick around 30 years bitter, they should retire. And they should retire before the 30 years was out. And if they want to come back, you shouldn't take them. Nobody, and I knew the day that I went to work at DMV, one day I was going to retire. And my policy always was, I leave like I came. I went there happy, I left happy. In regards to what you do, you're not going to please everybody. And the thing about it is, these people that's out here telling these bad things that's happening at schools, they should retire. They need to go. I mean, because it make it look bad for other students, other teachers, the students and all. And it's sad. If this wasn't being televised, I could understand it. But we don't know who's going to see this tape. It's pitiful.
Jerry?
What I find amazing is that all the negative comments go to certain commissioners. And one of the things that I say in my pastoral ministry, make sure you don't become the neighborhood trash can. And so I think that's pretty much what we have going on here. And so, but basically, I know lots of teachers. I don't hear them complaining like that, so I just don't know.
I think I'm the last one. Let me say that I've tried to go to all of the high schools graduation at least once, one year, or every 3 years. And Kath and I went to the Southside's graduation this past year. And when we got in my truck on the way home, we were impressed with the seniors that walked across, the information that was on the screen, the scholarships that were given, and what they were going to do in the future. So, I mean, I think we can say, regardless of the grades, I mean, I had 3 kids, and they were all different, and I had one that was almost perfect, but the other 2 struggled. I'm not going to name any names, but they've all been successful. But I think you have to go and see the senior class. I mean, that's the final product. The other thing that I think is the most positive thing, and I'm saying this because we now have the community college here, is that since I've been a commissioner for the first time, we're beginning to provide programs for people in high school that then can continue into the college and can fill the skill, the workforce that we need here locally.
Absolutely.
I'm not opposed to a 4-year college degree, but I'd much rather see somebody have 1 year in high school, 1 year in college, and be able to make $60,000, improve the income, rather than drop out and never be able to go to college.
Absolutely.
And the very last thing, yesterday, I think, showed the commitment of both of our boards working together over a 3-year period to make something happen. I moved back in 1982 from South Carolina here, and I think it was a highlight. I told you earlier, I didn't sleep last night. That's a lie. I did sleep, I think, 3 or 4 hours. But, I mean, I was that excited. I mean, this is super, super stuff as it relates to hopefully bringing our population back up and providing more and more economic development opportunities. So we have 8 minutes. Have you finished?
We're just getting started in Beaufort County.
Brian?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, since my name came into it as well, I just want to make sure that the board's clear. On February the 27th of 2023 at 4:13 in the afternoon, Superintendent Cheeseman forwarded to me an email that included an attachment that included the information that was requested at the planning retreat. At 4:18, 5 minutes later, I forwarded that information to the board, so it was received by the board last year.
Thank you, sir. Well, I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for all that you do. I know it's a hard position to be in, but again, we've got a great school system. Love the people I work with and work for. Again, we're just getting started. We're super excited. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Well, you guys are here, and we're not scheduled to take a break yet. So, Mark, are you going to introduce the speaker? Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I really don't have all day, but I did want. I had in Katie, did you have you said paper copies of it? Yeah. Okay. So I want to give you a brief update on Beaufort Promise first, because y'all requested that each year. Comparison between 23, should be 22-23 and 23-24. Of course, in 22-23, we were getting federal funds as well as funds from the county, and so we could still use some of the HERF, Higher Education Reinvestment Act money. It was as a result of COVID. So we spent right at $250,000. We still had some carry forward. We had 173 student awards in spring, 221 in the fall. We had 188 in fall of 23, and that's because we no longer were taking people from other counties outside our service region. So we're Beaufort, Hyde, Washington, Terrell. That's it in fall. So it did go down a little, and we expected it to because we weren't getting all these people from Pitt County and Craven County, and we're not paying for them. So spring, we're still waiting on the awarding of financial aid in total for this spring. We do have HERF carry forward from 22-23, and again, that's some federal money of $84,000, so we'll be able to request our budget, reduce the budget request by about $84,000 from the total. So we expect to come in less than 250, I think, Mark, for the year. So that's sort of where we are. We are very careful about making sure that we have the residency right to the point of making sure that people who have we have to make sure they have a Beaufort, Washington, Hyde, or Terrell address. And those are the only people who qualify to get the aid. There are some people from other places who may get foundation aid, but they don't get aid from the county. Nobody outside of Beaufort County gets any money from Beaufort County, okay? Hyde, Washington, Terrell, all comes from the foundation, all right? Our curriculum FTE, and that's basically, those are the programs like the associate degree, diplomas, the credit programs that we offer. You can see our changes in FTEs. One FTE is getting close to about $6,000 from the state. So you can sort of figure that's how our budget is manufactured coming from the state. We were down slightly in fall again of from 23-24 back to 22-23 because again of those people from Craven and Pitt counties who were no longer attending. Spring we were up slightly. Summer we were up significantly, and we anticipate continuing that trend because everyone comes to us to take organic chemistry. Nobody wants to take it at ECU. And so that has helped us tremendously. So we're looking at being up just on the credit side a little less than 1% this year. I was going to be happy if we were flat on that because of the reduction in the people coming from outside the service region. However, I think, as you'll see in a minute, what we anticipate coming from our non-credit FTEs is even more significant. And I have a plan to share with you about how we want to serve that population. The next page you have is the FTE budget impact. We'll be up about $100,000 just in the credit side this year coming from the state. We now rank about 39th. We're up a good 10 positions from where we were when I started here in 2017 out of 58 colleges. So we've increased our enrollment more than any other college in the state of North Carolina and within the system. Percentage-wise, we're up 25% since 2017. In comparison, James Sprunt down the road, they have one county, I think it's, forgetting which county it is. Do you remember, Mark? Duplin, yes. Yeah, Duplin County. They were up more than us, but they've only got one county. So we feel good about that. It means that we're meeting our mission in terms of access. What you have in terms of curriculum enrollment trends, well, I'll go to unduplicated head count. That's the number of heads bobbing around campus who are taking credit courses, all right? Separate individuals. So we're up to about 2,456 people taking courses, credit courses at the college. Again, slightly down, but still up from where we were 2 years ago. You see there's a line graph on your next page. It shows the career and technical enrollment trends are up significantly we're up to 60% of our non-high school student programs as opposed to being at 39% in 2018. The people taking courses with us and using Beaufort Promise are adults primarily who are taking career and technical programming. And that means HVAC, truck driving, welding, electrical engineering technology, mechanical engineering technology, and some of these other trades in particular. That's where, and nursing, and in particular nurse aide in all 4 counties, and registered medical assistant. So that is a good sign that we're reaching the people who need the help with the tuition the most. And you see in the next page the curriculum enrollment trends. Even among the curriculum programs, we're up to 30% increase in high school and early college students who are in career and technical programs. That's the highest we've been, up from 18% in 2021. So the message is getting out. The request I have from you all is that we need space. We do not have the space to run skilled construction trades on campus to the extent that we would like to. I'm talking about carpentry, plumbing, HVAC, which we offer already, building maintenance, and electrician in particular. So we are requesting, and bricklaying for that matter. We would like to start something in bricklaying, if possible. So we are estimating the cost of a metal building at roughly $1 million for 12,000 square feet. We would use $500,000 of the state money we have through the state construction fund that the college has received. And then we're requesting $500,000 from the county to help us with this, to get it up and going. And what we would anticipate in terms of enrollments is based off of, right now we've got about 15 students per semester in HVAC. We've just started our building maintenance program this last semester. We've got 6 students in that right now. If we add these other areas, specialty areas related to skilled trades, non-credit, which would generate FTEs, we think somewhere between at least 20 to 30 students is very conservative on a semester by semester basis. So that's a request that's coming to you this morning. I do have also just that included in the budget tables that Vice President Nelson has put together for us. So there's a 21% increase because of that $500,000 ask. And also with some increase in terms of, you see on the next page, of the operating expenses. We anticipated, we requested 2.5% last year in the state for our county employees. The state ended up giving 4%, so we need to make that whole. In the coming year, the state will be asking for 3%, so we have to add 1.5% from last year there. And so that has to do with the increase in terms of the total operating expenditure from $3,093,000 to $3.285, a 6.21% increase. Of course, the capital expenditure reflects that $500,000 request in the total there as well, and minor maintenance items that are related to our daily operations, air conditioning mostly, and working on the floors, and classroom upgrades for computer labs. So one large request, and in addition to the ongoing request for the money for Beaufort Promise, which I just got back from DC. Sigh. There's really nothing going on up there. Everybody is in wait and see mode. If we're very fortunate, we will get a across the aisle agreement on Pell for short-term workforce, which could be used for these disciplines that I've talked about, the skilled trades disciplines where they can't be right now. They could be used for HVAC, carpentry, plumbing, electrician, and bricklaying, truck driving, etc. And Representative Fox is on record as being in favor of it, along with Bobby Scott, who's the Democrat. So hopefully we can get some movement on that if we can get a budget from the feds. So that's what I have for you this morning. I'd be glad to take any questions. Well, we'll see how glad I am. But anyway.
Just one quick question. I know you want some money, but this group has obligated probably $12 million towards a school that's, we have a declining school population, and they want to build a new school, and that's going to be $12 million. And I don't know. Maybe these guys will do a bond referendum. I don't see it. I think they've got pots of money here and there that they're going to try to draw from, but that's pots of money that's still coming out of our fund balance. Where do you see the money coming from for these improvements?
Well, I mean, I have to ask you that question. I can't answer that question.
If you're asking me specifically that question, it ain't there.
It's a fund balance.
So,
I mean, we've been, we've not been making any backroom deals. We've been putting money in a fund balance. And as you see some of the banners around the county, we have people advocating that we have surplus and surplus. And this is to address infrastructure that this county needs. So there is no big joke about you needing the building and where the money's coming from. You just need to tell us what's important for the future.
That's right, and that's what I see as being part and parcel. I'm about what is next for Beaufort County. I am not using this as a stepping stone. I've told you all that before. I am going nowhere until they kick me out or wheel me out. Hopefully I'll get a clue before then, but still, I want what's best for this region.
Oh, he's coming this way. Okay.
I want what's best for this region, and I think that what's best for this region is to try to spend some money on our infrastructure to enable us to keep the students who want to stay here in this region. And these types of disciplines are what's going to keep people here, because that's what's happening here. We're seeing all this building going on, and that's where we need people. And so I come to you humbly requesting assistance. We will use the remainder of the money we have. Incidentally, just so you know, we have the remainder of money we will use from the state to renovate our chemistry lab. That's going to cost us well over $1 million. And that's because we've got to make sure that these students have the same thing that they would get if they were at ECU or Chapel Hill or NC State.
Okay. Mr. Walker.
All of the trades you were mentioning, everybody that I know that are doing those are aging out. And there's no young people coming in behind them. I mean, they don't have any apprentices with them. They're doing the work themselves. And so I am totally for what you're talking about to train people in plumbing, carpentry, and all of that. And I think that's we're on this housing committee, and you're going to be providing the labor to build the houses that we're talking about. And I think that's a good thing.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would say we obviously would be working with the the school systems on this to try to, as we are with boat building, to try to get articulation between whatever programs they have going in the high schools and even in the middle schools to try to get these students into that track to do that kind of work.
John?
Well, as you all know, I've been advocating for the skilled trades piece of this for some time. We are not having a declining population at the college. We are a 25% increase at the college since 2020. So, and that population increase is coming because we are shifting the focus to some degree. And I fully support the fact that we got to grow from within. We're not attracting these type of careers or technical people from outside. Maybe a myriad of reasons why that is, but we need to be sure that we can grow from within so that we can support the industry that we have here. And that's when my visits with industry, every one of them said, I could expand, I could grow if I could find the people to do the work.
I hear that.
And this is
all the time.
And this is what we need to continue to do, this focus. We are a blue-collar community. We are not a Chapel Hill. We don't want to become a Chapel Hill. And so we need to change this focus and be able to support those students. Thank you.
Now for the rebuttal on the Chapel Hill.
Yeah, don't talk bad about Chapel Hill.
Okay, Orange County.
Thank you. You know, I just want to say, as commissioners, is one of our duties is to empower the citizens of Beaufort County to become productive and have a great life here. And certainly this is a wonderful investment for us. I mean, in 2016, I picked up this mantle of the trades because they are so important. When I was a lot younger and a lot better shape, I worked in the brick masonry thing. It's quite demanding, but it's quite rewarding as well. And when you talk about electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and all these types of things, and HVAC, I mean, you can earn a really great living doing these things. I would venture to say that lots of folk make 3 figures doing these things. And I said this before, if you ever call for a plumber on a Sunday afternoon, you'll find out how very easily they can make 3 figures because of the fees that you're going to pay to get them at your house. And so I've always felt that everybody is not four-year institution material. Some people simply want to learn a trade, go and work, and earn a living. So I support what you're trying to do wholeheartedly. And we have to continue to do things to make the best opportunities available for the citizens of Beaufort County. So I commend you on what you're asking for, and we are the source.
Thank you,
Ed?
You didn't get about trouble.
He'll do that during the break.
Well, I just want to say, a few years ago when you came up and asked about Beaufort Promise, you got the same response that you got this morning. It was a joke. But I, for one, have seen the benefits that Beaufort Promise have done. There's several, the Barber College, the upholstery class. And I told someone the other day that this is a story that needs to be told. Just from those 2 entities, we have had spin-off. Other people started their businesses right here in Beaufort County. And if we don't look for our own, we cannot depend on Washington. Washington got the same problem we have here. But we got 5 guys that forget about the R&D, the red and blue, and try to make things better for the citizens of this county. So we're gonna do all we can to support you in whatever you try to do, as long as it's for the betterment of the citizens of Beaufort County.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, there's not 5 guys up here. In your case, there's 7.
Good.
In your case, there's 7. And part of the problem with you
is you always make good requests, and you always make sound requests that are hard turned down. And you use money better than any other department in our county government.
Thank you.
Now, I'll say one thing that I'm opposed to. I'm opposed to building any more buildings out there. But I'm going to vote for that money for that building for those trades, because that is a really good idea. It is something that we need to be doing, and it moves the county forward. So I appreciate what y'all do. I've always appreciated your use of money and how you manage money and how you spend money for the benefit of Beaufort County. So I think it's a wonderful thing.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I appreciate Vice President Nelson, who works extremely hard to make sure that I stay out of jail.
Well,
So, thank you.
one of the honors that I have is serving on the Facilities and Maintenance Committee at the college. And I'm always impressed with how clean it is and how everything seems to be maintained. We have some extremely old buildings that are very functional and look very nice.
Yes, sir.
And I realize that that comes from the top. I've seen how the people respect you in those meetings. I've seen the dry humor and some other things. One of the things that I've heard mentioned over, and I can't remember whether it was 3 years ago or 5 years ago, you were pitching for some kind of a athletic venue out there, maybe so we could have a baseball team
I'd
and
love to have
compete
baseball and softball,
with
but-
Pitt. I don't know what it is, but thinking as we go to the future, whatever makes our people feel at home and want to stay here. And I understand we're commissioners for Beaufort County, but if anybody thinks that you can stand alone in today's world, we're in a regional economic. I mean, we depend on each other. I mean, we have service people that come from Hyde County to do some of the things that we need to have done because we're just as close to some of those people. So, and we're 15 minutes from Washington County. So it's a regional thing, and I realize that a lot of times we talk strictly about our money that goes there, but I think at the same time, we're trying to help raise the economic well-being of these other 4 counties.
And I'm always cognizant of the fact that we do have these 3 counties that have very little they can give us in terms of money and to support any kind of large scale type of campus scenario in any of those counties. So we're very careful with how we spend the money. Beaufort County's money is Beaufort County's money. And so we're very careful in terms of portioning that out. But you're right, it is a regional economy. And we have to think about what the people from Hyde, Terrell, and Washington are going to do to keep from drying up and blowing away. And that's the thing that I don't want to happen in Beaufort County, because it is a challenge every day to go to those 3 counties and try and work out something to help them to keep from ceasing to exist almost. It's sad to see, but it's also a challenge that we take up very willfully.
And I've also heard you say that we have people to the north that depends on us as it relates to boat building for their workforce.
Yes. With boat building, we are about to make a very ardent push in terms of a marketing plan. We're going to go out on the road to the 4 counties, in particular the high schools, and take our show on the road to the extent we can. But also we serve, when it comes to Grady White, we've had some good discussions with Grady White about apprenticeships that we're moving forward with. Also with Regulator in Edenton, WorldCat in Tarboro, because those colleges and those places don't have boat building programs. And we've got a first-rate program lead, a young man who worked for Grady White and knows composite boat construction inside and out, and lives down here in Pantiga. So we're very excited about that, the opportunities for that. That is going to be front and center for us as well, moving forward in terms of what we want to do to grow that program and fill that facility with students and boats.
Any other comments?
I just have one.
Yes.
As a lot of people know, I pastor a church in Terrell County, so on behalf of the citizens of Terrell County, I thank you for your diligence in Terrell County, because it is, as you say, it's different.
It is, and we have to see, there are great things about our rural, the place where we live. Wonderful things that don't exist in the world anymore, and a lot of other places where people still have those social bonds and the communities matter, and people are polite, manners still count. We try to make sure that that's the case on campus as well, and so it's worth saving, it's worth preserving.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So the Chief Financial Officer and I were just having a conversation about potential funding sources, and as you're aware, we do have ARPA's funds that have not yet fully been allocated. So there's about $1.2 million that's available on that. That is absolutely in line with what ARPA funding is for. So there's some opportunities there. And just on a personal note, I want to tell y'all, I'm currently actually in a class at Beaufort County Community College at night on the continuing education side for personal enrichment, and it's the residential wiring class. I want to learn a little bit about that. They teach it on the curriculum side, and for the last couple of years I've tried to get in that class, but it's been full, and they're able to slide maybe 1 or 2 continuing education folks in there each semester. So it was, I actually was able to do it this year, and I was in the lab last night learning how to wire 3-way and 4-way switches. And it's about lab space. They've got great instructors. The gentleman who's teaching our class has been an electrician for 40 years, knows it up one side and down the other. The classes are full. There are young kids in there. There's some older folks in there. There are old folks there's only one old folk like me in there. But they are doing an absolutely outstanding job, and they are constrained by their lab spaces. But they do fantastic work, and folks are clamoring to get into those. So I think that the opportunity to help expand that would be tremendous.
All right. Are you going to, I guess you'd have to have license to put up some lights for me. Okay.
He's working on the farm.
Mr. Manager,
Yeah.
I know when we go to conventions and stuff, I always hang around and see who you're talking to, but you're not talking to any contractors here, are you?
Wear your reading glasses when you get those, don't mix up those wires.
This is what he's going to do in his retirement years. Yeah. Randy?
One group that I think we all failed to mention, but I'm a little associated with, is the fire training. That's it, ever expanding, and you're actually producing people that are getting jobs, and that is a great program. And I know when I was coming up in the fire service, they just put you on a hose and told you to get in there, and you learn. That's a bad way to learn. They're telling you all the right ways, and I wish I had that all those years ago.
Thank you very much. Ray Harris heads up our program, and he is first rate, outstanding, been in the service for 40 years, and has grown our enrollment dramatically. And just by going out and making sure he's present when we try to take our courses on the road, however we can, to the firehouses, and that makes a big difference.
We good?
Yes, sir.
You've been so kind and short. Well,
I'm always short.
that really slipped back. That really slipped back.
At least you didn't sit.
When you were standing up there, I kept thinking,
Stand
we didn't
up.
get him a stool, Brian. We didn't get him. Oh, that thing moves up and down.
Yeah, at least you didn't say stand up when you came.
Thank you, and Mark.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Mark. Brian, I see you on her time.
Yes, sir. So I've sent a note to the next two presenters asking them to push their schedule up. So if y'all want to go ahead and take your break now, then I'll go ahead and get them over, the tax collector and the assessor, and we'll try to push the schedule up a little bit.
Do you want to give Brandon a time frame when we're going to start back? I think he's streaming. I mean, do we have to give him a time?
I think you can go ahead and take your break, and as long as we stay generally with that afternoon session,
all right.
Is what he's working.
15 minutes? Yeah.
10, 15 minutes. Anytime you tell me, Greg.
Brandon? Okay, welcome back from our break, and our next speaker is Wynn, our tax collector. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I'm going to keep this brief, but I am going to go over a few things with y'all this morning. I'm going to give y'all a set of figures and information, but before I begin that, I'm going to let everybody know that notices have gone out. The second notices have gone out, so if you get calls, the red notices have gone out to the delinquent taxpayers. We've also sent notices to everybody who owns personal property or taxes not paid in the county. So I want to give you gentlemen a heads up. We're getting another set of letters out for possible foreclosure candidates, and then we're going to start our legal actions. So just to give y'all a heads up of where we're at, if you get any calls, I just want to make y'all aware of that. Change your address. Okie dokie. Lloyd needs some help. So, anyway, I want to cover some information with y'all, and I want to apologize to y'all too, because I have a spreadsheet I send every month, but I'm going to send one to you gentlemen, and it'll be in color code so you can see numbers that I'm kind of quoting. You can see where the numbers are coming from and understand what I'm saying. I know I'm number driven, but I think this documentation will help you gentlemen to see where I'm coming from with the different numbers. So I will be emailing that to you in the next day or two. The 23 levy this year was $36,433,170.40. The levy in 2022 was $35,529,910.41. The difference is $903,000 roundabouts. Basically, that means that Lloyd is doing his job for picking up different levy items that needed to be added to it, so it increases the levy. The collection figures as of today, we have collected $34,290,508.41. This date in 2022, we have collected $33,661,228.50. That difference is $629,279.91. Now, that's because the levy's gone up. So the numbers are going to go up. The collection numbers are going to go up as that goes up. The collection percentage is down a little bit because it went up almost $1 million, but we are $600,000+ ahead. We will catch the percentage up. It will get to where it needs to be by the end of the year. But I wanted to make y'all aware of that because you get those reports monthly on it. I also wanted to discuss with y'all real quickly, 2 years ago, thanks to Brian, we had created a position that was a delinquent collection specialist position. And this is part of the report I want to send you, gentlemen, so I can show you where I'm getting these numbers from. Year to date, not including 2023 levy, we've collected $223,119.42 by going after the back years. So I want to make you aware we are still continuing to attack those and still continuing to collect those numbers and get those numbers put in to our system. I wanted to address another issue too, because this is kind of Commissioner Richardson's issue, is my top 50 list. To let you gentlemen know, this year I did something a little bit different than I normally have. I went out and visited so far 15 of those people on the list. And of that, I've had 7 pay. The number 1 delinquent has paid. That was $93,000. So just want to let y'all know I'm pursuing everything possible to collect the back taxes, but I'm also going after the 23 taxes which are now delinquent. So I'm doing everything possible to continue to collect that and continue to get the money coming in.
I need to break in with a story, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Back in the 30s, when things were really tough, there was a guy who's dead now who told me this story. He knew the commissioners hung around the courthouse a lot, and they let him go collect taxes. And he said that he would go when the county needed money, that they'd tell him how much money they needed, and he'd go and collect it from various people as best he could. But he tells a story about a guy who just wouldn't pay his taxes and was slick at avoiding him and all of this. And so he said to the gentleman while he was talking to him, he said, "What time is it?" And the guy pulled out his gold pocket watch to tell him what time was, and he confiscated it. Quite a story. So knowing historically how taxes have been collected, I applaud what you're doing, and I think you should be more innovative.
Yes, sir. We've also looked at, and y'all will find this a surprise, I picked it up from some other counties. We have people that kind of refuse to accept their mail, so we've actually sent a prime box or two and had them received it. You know, but other counties do it. I mean, other counties say, put it in the box, but have your label on it and your information. So we've done it too. I've tried it to see that it's worked, and I've had some interesting conversations from that, y'all. Really and truly. I don't like to do that a lot, but
I saved you from having to visit with one, didn't I?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
Commissioner, and I appreciate that. I even reached out to a commissioner who knew.
One of the problems that we all have is busy people that are out there doing their job refuse. If they don't recognize the number, it's amazing. They know certain text numbers when they come in, and they react. So
Well, they do, plus, like I say, when I walk in a business and I have my ID on, and I have my letter and my card and everything, and I explain to them, I'm not here to scare you, I'm here to make you aware that this is here, I don't want it to go to A, B, and C action, we need to get this taken care of. So.
yeah, thank you.
Wanted to let y'all know. So I'm done, I'm going to turn it over to Lloyd now. Unless y'all have any questions, I'm sorry.
You've answered mine.
Yeah.
As long as you didn't send me no letter, I'm all right.
Okay.
I'm assuming that the additional $200,000 that you collected is going to cover all of the increases that you need for your budget. Is that why you're sitting there quick?
You know, I'd have to talk with Brian and Anita about that, but I collect it and it goes into the general fund.
I got you. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Lloyd, you gotta top that.
And Lloyd.
I can top that by saying, can I take my levy and put it in my budget? Okay. We're going to do it that way.
Now you've got your time plus.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's right. We're going to write on now.
Yeah.
So,
You got plenty of time.
Yeah, but you keep messing with them because his percentage went down with doing that.
so right. Yeah, make this higher. This goes. Yeah, I know it. You get fussed out a lot for a lot of things. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually, we're going to talk about revaluation real quick. I mean, you're going to hear this so much, y'all going to be sick of it, but it's the nature of the beast. We're going to talk about reappraisal, revaluation, same, different words for the same thing. So essentially what we're going to talk about is what is a revaluation, and with us that's of course where we take a look at all the properties, real estate in the county. A lot of people get confused. I get calls all the time. Is my boat going to change? Is my mobile home going to change for the reval? No, not normally. And boats do not. Real property is going to be houses, or of course it's also going to be commercial businesses, and it is going to be mobile homes that are on permanent foundations with a few other things added, but most of the time it's going to be homes in this county, and it's going to be property such as that. Why we do it is, of course, we do it because we want to make sure that everything that is subject to taxation is equitable. This county, like a lot of counties, does not change as one constant. The market in Aurora and the market in Washington in houses do not move at the same pace, or my job would be really easy. So since they don't, we have to do things like revaluation. You gentlemen were nice enough that y'all agreed a few years ago to go into a 7-year cycle, and we're going to continue to a 8-year cycle, which I do mention on the Beaufort County revaluation history slide. Essentially, the last year was 18. This next one is going to be a 25. The one after that will be 2031. I think 6 years is a good cycle for this county. We do have places where sales all need to be addressed, like Washington, like parts of Chalkwinity, like Bath, but then we still have a lot of rural too, and it gives you a nice sweet spot where you're not getting too much of a sticker shock, but you're not out there aggressively hitting it all the time either. So I think you're at a good place with that. We're going to continue on that cycle through the future. So the revaluation process, essentially that starts with review of the property characteristics. We also do a quality control review of the data collected. What I mean by that is you gentlemen have had people call you and say, why is there someone on my property? I get it all the time. We're winding down with that. We were aggressively able to get out there and get that done for the most part. Now we're going into a review phase. There'll be a lot of looking at maps. There'll be a lot of looking at those items. There'll be a lot of juggling numbers. There will still be some visits to property, and we are ending up some of those now. As far as that goes, though, we're tapering off. Our calls have been less. I'm appreciative to the group of y'all. Y'all have done a wonderful job helping me get that word out. Brandon has also been wonderful at that. We've done some forums. We've put some things. We've done a blast. Chris helped us one time do a text blast to people to let them know we have people out there looking at these properties. The way I view it and the way I tell every taxpayer that calls me about it is, I don't want you to tax me for anything other than what I have, and I hope you feel the same way. I want my house right. I want every bit of it right. I don't want it too much, so I don't want it too little. I want it right. And that's what I tell people. That's why we're there, because the best way to know if you're paying on the correct property is to make sure we have the correct property. So with that said, the next piece, as far as that goes, we're developing a schedule of values. I talk also about some mass appraisal guidelines. We, of course, had to follow state rules, Department of Revenue. We also had to and do follow some international rules as far as that goes from the IWO. That's our board of guidance for the International Association of Assessing Officers. They get together with the state. We make sure that we all, counties are consistent. We're doing these consistently. The next slide I have actually planned public outreach. This is another thing we've actually been working on. We've been doing some Rotary meetings. Several of you gentlemen have been at that. I've did a board of committee of 100 meetings, done several others. We're trying to aggressively get out there. Anytime I get a request, I'm out there to speak. We're talking about the revaluation. I encourage that. I'll be happy to go after hours, before, I've done the morning Rotary, you name it. We're going to go there. We're going to talk. I have had good response at some of these. We're getting good questions. I've had a couple where, people have come to me afterwards and said, well, I just don't understand this. Wonderful. That's what I want. So we're also going to try to do some town hall meetings. We're actually going to do some space stuff too, where we host some meetings. We're hoping to do that towards the beginning of next year when the notices are going out. We've also done some things, some video. Brendan has done some interviews with me. We've also done some for the local paper. We'll do those again. So we're going to bounce right back into that. That's going to be something that we're really focusing on. I want the public to understand what it is we're doing. Sorry? I thought he was feeding it. I'm sorry. Hold me. Yeah, so I thought he was. That's on me. I'm sorry.
While we're waiting, you have done a good job on misidentified properties. Over the years, I've used the system enough to know that this guy next door's house is what's being valued on the fellow next door, cross valuations and things like that. So y'all have done a good job of cleaning that up.
Thank you. It is a constant. We get stuff from back when there was such a thing as, and Commissioner, you will remember, used to you self-listed your property. You came in and said, I own this, I want to pay on this. There was an element of that. Well, the problem with that is sometimes what people thought they owned wasn't always what they owned. What people told you they owned isn't what they always owned. So sometimes we end up with some old records that don't always consolidate properly. So it's been really a goal of mine, a mission of mine, to really work on getting that. And my land records group has done wonderful with it. We've eliminated, I dare say maybe hundreds, but tens of duplicates and records that we were sending a bill to someone probably hadn't existed in 3 decades, things like that. And I don't see the point in spending county money on stuff that doesn't exist. So we've been trying to do a reasonable job on that as far as we can. And thank you for that acknowledgement.
Well, the other thing, Lloyd, is in today's climate, we have so many people that get involved in real estate transactions, and one of the first places they go is looking at tax values.
We're going to talk about that at the end, towards the end of the presentation, because I 1,000,000% agree with you. We get calls all the time from mortgage companies and everything else. When a couple years ago, I set up for tax collector for Mr. Kenyon, I set up a thing where we were able to actually see delinquents online and things like that, because the number of calls we get for things like that office really bog you down. So we've been trying to put that online more.
Right.
But of course, that's...
Well, the other thing I'm seeing in the real estate market gives us all a problem is since the last downturn in real estate, 2008, 2009, and maybe with the slow revival, and we're back for the last 3 or 4 years, have been in a fairly hot market, is a lot of the people that are doing real estate in banks, I'll say it in plain language, don't know what they're doing because they're new at it and they're inexperienced at it. And we spend a lot of time trying to interpret what the bank wants.
We do get a lot of, I would carefully agree with a lot of that. We get a lot of calls from people who traditionally have been data analyst, or putting data in, now calling and really doing more with it. So we get a lot of questions like, more substance questions from banks and mortgage lenders than maybe we had in the past too. And we're certainly trying to get that online, which is, because, well, y'all understand, we're moving into an era where the first thought is to look online for a lot of things. And that's something we've certainly been working on. The next, yeah.
Okay. We're talking about revaluation eventually. You're going to get to that. We kind of were talking about it now, assessment of property, that kind of thing. And it's going on right now. And it's a very important thing. A lot of people are worried about it. We're going to swear to be revenue neutral, whatever that means. And people don't really know what that is. We'll have time to explain that later. But what I want to talk to you about is we're getting ready to go into a situation that's very reminiscent of the property values of about 2006, 2007, when we had our last reevaluation before that, the last one. And what happened was property values spiked for Beaufort County. Then we had the downturn. There's always that chance that could happen again here. Now, I know there's nothing you can do about the revaluation because it is coming from another group, and they've got to look at it from as much of a scientific method as possible. Having said all of that, it's going to be extremely important that when you go through this, that you look to see that there is a similarity within properties and neighborhoods so that we can keep it at a point where when we are brought into E&R, that we can try to be as fair as possible in dealing with whatever problems may arise. And I think you know what I'm talking about.
I have a slide that's going to address that a little bit.
So you are? Okay.
Yeah, that's certainly something.
Then I'll reserve until then. Or you can do it now.
Sure. And basically, I'll just hit the next part. I'll jump straight to that. So the next part is, okay, I have the revaluation timeline up. This is a little bit tentative, only because I might be able to move that forward just a little bit. This is kind of just a tentative one. I do put that on there. Basically, October, schedule values delivered. Actually, hope it to be sooner than that. Revaluation overview with the Board of County Commissioners. In other words, what we're going to do then is, to Commissioner Deathridge's point, I'm going to go over with y'all the consistency, how the neighborhoods have changed, where I want to give y'all heat maps, so to speak. We're going to talk about parts of the county, what's going to go. This is all public, but I mean, we're going to talk about that more dialed down because you will be seeing it in of course, Board of Equalization. You'll be hearing it in Board of Equalization. The next part of that is public hearing on that schedule values, The Board of County Commissioners consider adopting the schedule of values. In December, period to appeal, the schedule concludes. January 1st is the effective day of the revaluation. That's, of course, 25. February 1st is the target date to send notices. And I'm going to touch on that in a second. Late February, March, informal appeals begin. It just means you're able to talk with my staff about why we did what we did, and we can correct some low-hanging fruit corrections. Like, well, you know what, I demolished this building after you left, or whatever. You know, those kind of things a lot of times. I'll also say on to that same point, target date to send notices. I get asked, and I think I've talked with some of y'all gentlemen about this before, why send it that late? Well, I historically don't like sending them. I've done this in several counties. I don't like sending them around Christmas. Do not like doing that. It's just, it's bad. The other thing, which is purely from a logical standpoint, it actually gives me time to look at all the sales in the county right up to the last day I can look at them. So we're able to make those adjustments. Again, if you have some downturn, if you have anything else, which we're seeing a little stall right now, if you're seeing anything like that, you're able to reflect that to the last day. So that's going to be more accurate for the taxpayer. And I like that. I mean, I think that's the way to do it. It does get you a little nervous because your notices go out a little later for sure, but it allows you to be more accurate with that. The next piece on that is, again, is what if I disagree with my value being a taxpayer? Well, we talked about the informal review. The next step is you gentlemen as the Board of Equalization and Review. The next step after that is, of course, the Property Tax Commission, which is kind of a division of the Department of Revenue as far as that goes. This will all be in the beginning of next year. How much will my taxes change? I get that question every day. I get it all the time. So the revaluation establishes all real property values in Beaufort County. The tax rate, of course, is determined by you gentlemen. Bills will go out in August to September of 2025 reflecting the values that were noticed or your current appeal level. What I mean by that, let's say on the informal, we drop it to something, that's what you'll be noticed on at that point. If you're still in BER, you'll get a notice after the BER. It's just that simple. It's the best way to do that I've always found. You're up to date on it. We're up to date on it. The taxpayer's up to date on it. The next piece to that is Beaufort County, and I'm kind of taking a risk saying this, but my official sales ratio numbers for the moment, for January 1st of this year, where we are, my official so far is a ratio of around 0.60, meaning that if a home was valued around $120,000 in the last 2018 revaluation, that home should be selling for around $200,000 right now.
40%.
Yeah, it's you know, it's just what it is. And you know, that's one of those things, we're maybe still a little in the tender, but it's still up, and it's staying up pretty good. So we're seeing, me and the county manager talked about it a little bit, we saw it stop increasing last year, but we're not seeing it drop yet. We've seen it just kind of stay constant a bit here. And that could be for a lot of reasons we won't get into in this conversation because it could go into all sorts of economic concepts. But as far as that goes, we're still steady at around that 0.60. Now, where I suggest you gentlemen are cautious, back to what I said originally, that's an average. There are parts of the county that are way below that. There are parts of the county that are well above that. So we're going to talk about that in actually the next slide briefly. So the next slide, I have a better version of this, which is actually the the Adobe version you can really zoom in and do more with, but I got this as a representation. What this is this is actually a color-coded map of the sales in the county over the last 2 years. These are mostly qualified sales. These are sales we use to establish things. I know it's hard to see. I put it in there because this is one of the things we use. We have this information. We're trying to put this information more online. We're trying to show the public what we're using, where this is. One reason a map like this is very important is when you actually look at this, you actually can see the blue being the higher sales. It's not just Washington. There are other parts of this county that are way up past what they traditionally have been. There are parts of this county that we're still flat. We're still seeing a lot of red. Well, that's actually lot sales for the most part. Cypress Landing, for example, is filling out. We're seeing still lots of lot sales in Cypress Landing. We're still seeing lot sales on the other side of Bellhaven. We're seeing these. These are public documents. These are deeds. We're seeing these sales still happen right now on lots. Well, you know what they're going to do if you buy a lot? You're probably going to put a building on it. So we're still seeing this. So this is keeping our attention to this. I'm going to turn this map into what I call a heat map pretty soon, which is where we look at what the tax value is and what the sale value is. Just not ready to do that yet. We're still getting that data in. We're still working that data. And then you'll really be able to see what neighborhoods really are going to have a little bit statistically higher or lower. This is something other counties do. I can show it to other counties that have done it. It's a good thing to let the public know, these are the sales that you have. This is where this is taking you. So this is some data we've been utilizing. These are some things that we've been looking at.
I'd like to say one thing. Interject one thing, if that's at all possible. It's exactly what you're talking about now. I'm looking at this from a real estate macro point of view. I think what we're going to see, and we commissioners need to think about along lines like this, because we're spending a lot of money right now. But you're going to see the cost of land appreciating, whether it be lots, especially lots that you can use, because there's a lot of lots in Beaufort County that can't be used for a variety of reasons. Most notably, you don't have the proper soils, and you don't have sewer. But fortunately, we do have county water. But what lots can be used or better planned are going to go up in value. The cost of building is going to go down in value. I think you're going to see structures go down because this insanity level it cannot exist much longer. And if you want to speak to any of that, that would be great.
So I'll carefully say we're also seeing some lots sell that are not currently perkable lots. We are seeing people steal a little bit. You did more 22. They like a lot, they buy it. And you are seeing some improvements, and several of y'all commissioners understand what I mean by that. There are things you can do to mitigate septic and do different things. I mean, I'm from a place people used to buy peak systems if they really wanted to move onto a lot and do the things. We're seeing a little bit of that more than I would have expected. Not tons, but a little bit. What I mean by that is you are seeing a lot of land sales, and we're looking at a land sale as a good land sale. I mean, somebody out around Belhaven buys a lot for 20 grand, that's a good sale to us. Well, it's about what we're thinking. If you're closer into Washington, we're seeing it for more. We're not seeing it improve at quite the speed, which I feel maybe you're getting at, but we are seeing the building materials have come down a little bit as far as that goes, which is making it interesting. Well, that might be what's driving the total new builds, though.
But I'm looking about 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
Well, I'm looking at 2025.
So, wait, I think, it's hard to compare markets. We want to go back and talk about the markets when the real estates really took a dip. I mean, if you talk to realtors that are in the market every day, we still have a very high percentage of the people that come in here with cash. They don't have to depend on a mortgage lender. They don't have to depend on an appraiser. They just say, we'll pay this. And a lot of times it's what the asking price is, or it could be a little bit above that. And the other difference is that one of the questions people ask now is, what kind of internet service do you have?
Right.
Do you have fiber to the home? Right. And these are bringing younger people in where both of them are working from their home. And it may not be 5 days a week. They may be required to go to an office 1 or 2 days a week. So this market is entirely different than the last one we had.
Another thing to piggyback off your point that I'm seeing more of than I've ever seen is people buying land and building separate. I'm seeing more of that. I'm seeing people finance that again.
Yeah.
I know of two, I can point out right now, that are financing the double wide. And now, guys, gentlemen, the double wide is not what it used to mean either. I mean, you're $200,000 on a double wide now, $150 on a double wide. You're actually spending, there's some high zone, high wind, nice double wides, nice smaller. There are people who are financing those separate from land. Now, I don't get into the how, but I know they are, and we're seeing that. Luckily, a lot of what we look at is still deed transfers. We're looking at that as far as that goes. We're really diving into that. So another thing we are working, I've talked with several realtors recently, and we're trying to see where we might miss, because we know what's happening in Washington, but we're also trying to pay attention to the other parts of the county and things like that. And there are parts of the county that we've been waiting on maybe it to be more aggressive of a market, and it's just not got there yet. But then there are others that may be fooling all of us, that is selling out, that the lots are going in quick. So I'm to your point, I agree. We're seeing some interesting things. I have a hard time saying we're in 2008. And not against what you're saying. I understand and respect that. Volume-wise, maybe, and overall we may, but that said, we need we, the 8 of us, and everyone, else listening, we need to be very aware of equity. We need to be very aware of, and I'm trying to be very aware of, all neighborhoods are not going up the same, and we need to be very careful with that as far as that goes. That's really
I like
cheap.
that you're using the word equity properly.
Yeah. So, any questions related to reval?
Well, I think at whatever point that you start going around, the closer we get to that January the 1st of 2025, I don't know about the other commissioners, but as you keep updating this map that shows where those pockets are, the
Right.
different values, I mean, I'd like to have one big enough that I've got it in my office, so if I get a question, I kind of get a feel.
I'm putting it, and I can do that. I'm also trying to put this online too, so you should be able to have, interactive. The great thing about the online version is you can zoom right in. You can move it around. You can grab and go. And we're actually going to address that here in a second too, which is another kind of issue.
Just to add this,
Go, excuse me, I got a big mic. Did Brian?
No, it was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just add this. You talk about the 60% ratio value, but to that person that's all of a sudden becomes alarmed about what his value is, all you need to say is revenue neutral. That's the leveler in all of this, and that should give them a little bit of comfort.
So, and I appreciate Commissioner Richardson saying that, because there was a comment earlier that said, I'm really not sure what that is. So let me make sure that's clear for everybody. Yeah. State law requires local government officials to publish a revenue-neutral tax rate as part of the budget process. Revenue neutral is a budget term that means the revenue brought in by property taxes in a reevaluation year that would be approximately the same as if the reevaluation had not taken place after adjustment for average annual growth. So Lloyd's really clear with y'all that he provides you one piece of the formula, and that is the valuation. Valuation times rate equals levy. So if valuation goes up, rate may go up or down depending on the levy. And what you do is you look at the levy that you would have normally have taken in, including average growth, and then you calculate that to give you a revenue neutral. It is not a nebulous number. We have a formula spreadsheet that comes from the local government commission that we plug those numbers in, and it tells you specifically what the revenue neutral number is. So I just want folks to be clear about it.
And I'm very open, gentlemen. I don't hide by this. I mean, when asked, I say there are two parts to a bill. I mean, it's the rate and our value. And you can come to me all you want about the value. The rate is not my thing, and it will not ever be. So as far as that goes, I'll still try my best to provide you the data you need to make a good judgment. Any way you go.
Going back to your timeline.
Yes, sir.
I've lived through one of these, and to me, the ideal time for people to try to adjust is in that January through March, when people are still here.
Yeah.
And they've got the information and they very easily could do it. Right. And not wait until the appeal process.
I agree, and informals is what we call that. That's really an almost nebulous concept in itself, because I mean the statute allows us to make some changes before y'all meet as a board, right. And that's usually when we're correcting, like I said, the low-hanging fruit, the mistakes. I mean, I'm going to get somebody that said this garage is going. I'm going to get somebody that said a tree fell in my house. I'm going to get that. That's where we do that best before we make it to the next step. And I agree with you, and the sooner I can get that out, the better. If possible. The sooner I get that started, the better. But I still need those notices to go out around when I feel that they need to go out.
So, Mr. Chairman, one more thing and I'll stop. Folks have to remember that when you talk about a revenue neutral number, it is on the total. It is not on Lloyd's individual piece of property, your individual piece of property. So when you calculate a revenue neutral number, it is on the average of everything. So I may look at my piece of property and it may have gone up. Somebody else's may have gone down, but on average, the revenue neutral is based off the whole thing. So folks don't need to get too in tune and say, well, that's not right. That's not what mine did. It's on the whole.
Yeah. And I'm saying the same thing, but not as direct as the county manager and as well as the county manager, in saying we need to be consistent, because this is an average. I mean, I'll say it all day long. This is an average across the county, but all places are not the same.
Somebody's going to pay more and somebody's going to pay less.
That's life.
But it would be rare that you paid the full increase. It will happen, but it should be rare.
And the big piece, the biggest takeaway from revaluation is to determine what is the true market value.
Exactly.
It's to adjust it to say, this is what the true market value is, so that people are being, we have an ad valorem tax system. Ad valorem means on the value. It's our obligation to make sure that that value is as close to market as of that revaluation point in time as we can. That's the way that's fair. That's as fair as we can do it.
Which is why
Relative to everybody else's property in the county, you're fair compared to everybody else. You're not paying more than your fair share.
well, that's also why I want to use that last quarter sales. So I want to use everything I can to be as fair to that date as we are able to be, good, bad, or indifferent.
Lloyd, the market value is what people put on their financial statements when they go to the bank to borrow money.
Well, got Trump in trouble.
But he paid his loan back, so,
That's right, so there's no damage.
you know, it's the banker's responsibility to determine if that value is up or
That is
down.
not a part of my, that is not a part of my, my talk today, but yeah.
Well, this should be a learning experience.
I work for seven.
This should be a learning experience for
Well, I know a
you.
lot of things I don't talk about, but anyway. So,
I got a question. Is the value applied on today's value or 6 years or, the future at the end of the...
okay, so the way that works, if I'm understanding it correctly, is right now on a tax value. So let's say for a minute that you make a change to your house. Everything I'm doing to value your property is still based on the 2018 revaluation. We're using what we knew as the cost or the value of a garage back then, the value of a roof back then, square footage numbers. We're using all of that data until the effective date of the next one. So this year, and I get this question a lot, well, we're in a reval year. Not yet. Next year is when those numbers change. Now, well, not to get too deep in the weeds there, but I mean, that's the way that is looked at. There are some things we hold and don't change till next year because they may have been changed by the economy or by growth or things like that. But individual stuff, as far as that goes, it's all feeding off of the last reval.
And that value, just to clarify, I may be wrong, will stay the same for 6 years, not 7.
So that is correct. We are going to a 6-year cycle. So 2031 and then the next one will, 2025, and then the next will be 31. I was one ahead. 25 and then the 31 will be the 6th. And the board could change that if need be. I even put that in my thing for economic services. I'll stand here and probably tell you 6 is where we need to be right on, because I think it is. But if something changes, we'll own it. We'll do what we have to. All right. Any more questions?
I think we beat that one up, so.
No problem. I'm always here for it. And again, I encourage you gentlemen to, anytime I'm doing a town hall or doing a thing, or ask me to give one, we'll be happy to do so for any constituents. HOAs, you name it. We'd love to do that. The next piece, we're going to talk about GIS a little bit. So I have a feeling one of the commissioners is going to stare at me a bit on this one, but because he uses it quite a bit. But GIS changes. So I'm in the early stages of looking at either some upgrades or some replacements. What I mean by that, so this is what you see in front of you is a current view of our GIS page, our landing page as far as it goes. I like and feel it is fairly simple. I do question if we're doing enough with it, and we're going to get into that a little bit. There are some things that we might not be doing that we probably should be doing or could be doing. One thing as well is these are 2 pictures of also the same one we have currently. What it's showing you is how you do any complex search. In other words, a search for anything other than a number or a name, anything you want to look at, an array of data, here's how you have to do it. You have to go to the bottom, you have to click on an arrow, you have to bring up the screen, you have to do expressions, you have to do quotes, you have to do et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I do not feel, and I will say, I do not feel there's a slice of our population that is able to use that accurately. I spent hours working with them for that. I do. And it can be a problem. I will also say, I have met and talked with several surveyors, timber cruisers, real estate agents, folks that use this all the time. they're in agreement too. It takes a long time. It doesn't remember your filters, and it doesn't do that. It's been, I think it's functional. I think it works, but I question being better a bit on that. In the next slide, I'm also showing the current GIS that we have. I'm showing the drop-down menu. I'm showing where these are the items that you can look up by. And I'm also showing the layers off to the right side. I feel this could be expanded a little bit better. Not just more, but just it could be done a little better. It could be laid out a little better. It could be a little more intuitive. It could just be a little better interfaced, I feel. I will jump to the next one just as a perhaps. I've looked at some other counties. I've looked at what they have. Sometimes you have things such as a separate advanced search instead of the filter, instead of the expressions. You have a separate sales search. I gave a demo on that last year. Never came and asked for the money, but I gave a demo on thinking about doing a better sales search for our system last year. Looking at this again, perhaps, instead of expressions, maybe something like a whole screen that you can use, you know, a simple landing page. You could put it in by other than one or two functions. You can put in the data by ranges. You know, real estate agents, mortgage bankers, surveyors often ask me questions such as, what are all the things between this and this? What are these things? This would be something I think we should address here, to be honest. The point I'm trying to make is I don't actually have an answer directly in front of me today for you on this, gentlemen. I just think this is something that I need to take it on in our department and look at some options. It may be taking our existing vendor and seeing what they can do. It may be, which I have talks with him to do that. The current vendor is Atlas Data. We're talking with him to do that. It may be going to a more intuitive one, like such as some other counties, even some our size have. You know, and I'm looking into those things, and those are, I feel, important because we need something that is intuitive and easily used by everybody as far as owns property in the county, in my opinion. But questions?
I'm thinking about what you're talking about, and when is your contract up with these guys?
Year to year.
Year to year? Do you pay like a monthly fee with them?
It's a yearly.
Yearly fee? And I'm thinking with what you're asking, and I know a little bit about this, as you well know, I think they should, if you would request it, they should do a lot of this gratis. It should be a negotiable item. I know when I did work for people, when I was on a contract with them, and I'm known for giving the greatest values in the business, but I always would do that if there was a good customer at no cost. And basically, some of the things we're looking at is aesthetics, moving some things around. These are not that difficult. You're not working with the core of the content management system that is running your system. You're talking about template cores. I mean, template coding.
One of the problems with that, and to the point, one of the problems with that, and I'm looking back at Commissioner Richard again, because this is back in conversation we've had even, a lot of what we have is based on ArcGIS. A lot of it is based on the mapping system we use. So you can only move it so far without really getting code heavy to do some of it. That said, I don't disagree. We have certainly had our current vendor provide us changes. We had a total change to the skin of the GIS a couple years ago, made it a lot better. They did that for no additional cost. I am meeting with them and hope they come back and tell me we can add and do some more things. That said, on the current contract we are on with them, on the current levels we're on with them, I think we might be exceeding that, getting into some deeper search items and some other items as far as that. We might be getting into that just a little bit. But I am looking into that. I'm not coming here today and saying, give me X, Y. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is an avenue we need to go down, I feel.
But their search is in an internal database, right? And therefore, it shouldn't be that difficult if the database is updated, maintained, and it has the provisions within the code to allow for some variations.
Well, the only thing I say, I think any improvements you make are going to be fine. I don't have a problem with the present system as far as that goes. But anything that you do, don't do one of these staged things that happens over 6 months or a year. Cut it off, make the whole change at one time, and so that people can learn to use it, because constantly changing is just a misery.
I'm in agreement. One thing too that I would like to see, and then I'll move off the subject. I would like it to remember your settings. I think that's something we can do, but again, that's going to be more than just a simple code, right? You're going to have to get in there with logins, do things like that. So again, gentlemen, I'm just putting it in front of you. That's something I'm exploring. I'll probably be back at some time in the future with a little change to that, and it won't be that long coming.
It will be cookie-based, and working with cookies can be difficult.
Right. On to the next. All right, so this is another fun one. So one of the things that I've really been working on since we've got here that really has just been a lot of scope past what I think I expected is the review of the present use value, agricultural, forestry, and horticulture. I say in this slide, and I will say again, I asked for a person to help with it. I'm not here today to ask for another one. I do not want another full-time person. I hope I never want another full-time person. But I think there are some things we might need to consider, and I want to talk in this a little bit. Reviewing present use value. North Carolina law requires us to review 1/8 of all PUV parcels in the county in each year. That's approximately 470 properties a year alone. That's one person doing that alone, just nothing else. That alone would average again about 4 hours each. That's not looking at new ones, not looking at anything else with that, not doing anything. North Carolina law also requires us to review the thousands of other exempt properties, which is another timeline as far as that goes, taking it down to maybe an hour to 2 hours per touch on each one. The problem with that is if we're allowing for applications, which we have to, we're allowing for review, which we have to, we're barely keeping up with the intake and half of the review that I want. So we also intake the applications, as I say. The county hired a full-time person. I'm super grateful for giving that in 2022 as well as for other exempt properties. A review audit can take tens of hours each case to be done properly, as you need a large part of correspondence, which is not always easy to get, often meeting with the taxpayers to review production, ownership, information, and way more than that. If you're in forestry, you're going over the forest management plan. You're going over a lot of the information that everyone doesn't understand. You have people in this county that have owned the property 40, 50 years. They inherited it, anything else, and it's been in PUV forever. And law says we need to look at it again. They don't understand the forest plan. They don't understand, even once they get it done, they don't understand the forest plan. They don't understand, they lease their property to a farmer. They don't always understand what that means. They don't understand the production numbers. So a lot of times we feel it's our job to sit with them and go over that, or at least talk with them and go over that. Because I don't want to just say no. I want to be able to tell you, here's what you need to change. Here's what you need to augment. We do pamphlets. We do information online. We do a lot of that. But that said, we're finding there's still a lot of hands-on time, especially in these first audits. I mean, there will come a day where this rolls easier, but the day is not now.
You just don't have a database for review.
It's not a good one. And we have increased the tax levy by making sure we only grant the correct exemptions at the correct time and allowing the correct ones to stay qualified. Well, what that means, we're going to show you 3 properties. I'm going to be really anonymous about it, but we're going to show you 3 properties. It's all public. But I'm going to show you 3 properties. The property that you see above you was actually getting a full exemption. But see why it probably shouldn't be getting a full exemption? Yeah, it shouldn't.
Something wrong with that middle track.
Yeah,
all 3 pieces of
it's a duck impoundment. So, yeah, it's a duck impoundment, which you gentlemen may remember. Yeah, they're using 3 pieces for that. It wasn't, but we're finding way more of those than we ever thought. The next one, just to look, the next one is a little more in your face. I mean, it is. And we actually were granting that exemption the whole time it's been sand mine. We have several in the county we're finding.
Just to be clear, though.
Yeah.
Clear, you will grant that special use exemption on everything but the sand mine.
We now are, as long as it's being used properly, the forest or whatever else. But a lot of times when we do that, we still find the need to get a new forest plan because we haven't got the rest around it may not have submitted it in 40 years or 50 years. And they get about 20, 25 years out of a good forest plan. So,
well, the duck impairment does not qualify.
It does not, as we discussed in the Board of Equalization review.
His remark led me to believe he was...
No, I believe the commission was saying what's around that sand mine is still able to stay in the program. We just have to break the, well, that's why I understood.
The sand mine property itself needs to be divided and based on how much...
Which I promise you, gentlemen, is not that easy. We go in, we have to look at it in the value fields, the acreage fields. We break all that out. We do the work on that. But we have to do it because we feel that is the way that needs to be. The next one's really kind of...
I got a question. Would you make them do a meets and bounds in order to tell you exactly what it is?
We do a simple review. Just use a couple of acres here.
The third one
going down there, there's something wrong in the southern part of that property. There's something going on that's not normal, like maybe a golf course, something.
The third one is the shooting range.
Shooting range.
We've been for over a decade granting a present use on a shooting range. Yeah, 40-something acres. Yeah. So there's a couple in the county. Everybody don't know about all of them. There's a couple are private. There are a couple of public. Whatever as far as that goes. But we've been. My point is, I could sit here. These are 3. I can show you hundreds. My point is, it sounds that simple, doesn't it? Oh, well, the assessor, what am I? The assessor knows about this. And it's not that simple. We still have to do exactly what Commissioner Richards said. We need to make sure we understand the breakout. We need to understand, and they have to provide us data, of course, but we need to be able to understand that data. We need to be able to look through that data. We need to be able to correspond with that data. We have to give them the proper amount of time period. We have to review the documents coming in. I sit here and really thought that one person was going to solve my issues on that. I was a fool, and I will tell you I was. So where I'm going is, I'm still thinking. I'm thinking that maybe for the next couple of years, maybe a part-time person to process these applications, part-time maybe, or maybe something in there different we can do. I'm still working on that. This is open, for as far as it goes. I didn't come here today with $1 on anything. I'm just saying, and this is a revenue item. I mean, this isn't a.
That's exactly what you said. You took the word.
This isn't one that it's there.
It's just a fairness item.
Do you want it next year? Do you want it this year?
It's a revenue item. We want to do it now. I want to do it now.
So my point to that is, I'm working to try to find either, and me and county manager discussed this, a company that could help an audit or something like that, or maybe all we need is somebody just to process stuff like part-time. I'm still working that out. We want to make sure it works best for the taxpayers of the county and for the department. I don't want this to go half whatever. I want it to be done.
Weigh in on that just a minute. We were talking about a database a while ago. You really need a database that you can work off long-term for audit, review, annual, whatever you need to do. A part-time person do it, and building you a database, to me, is better than hiring a contractor, because you're building a database that's useful to you in the future.
And I'm looking
You're talking about an analog database, too.
I don't care.
Well,
but that's what I think you're talking about.
what really I feel he's also talking about, not to speak for him, is the data that we have in our hand in the folders to be correct data. So I'm probably about to time when I come back and say something about a part-time person or a team or something, but I don't want to do it today because I want to make sure it's right. Whatever I get, I want it to be done. So but I wanted to put it on y'all's radar.
Lloyd, two things when it comes to present use. There's a lot of information and a big database as it relates to the Farm Service Agency. And I don't know if you're using that or not. The other thing I would say is that we have a lot of absentee landowners that give the local farmer that's leasing the land power of attorney to handle everything at the FSA office. Can we allow that same type arrangement to?
So we do a whole lot with that. We do lease forms a lot too, which really save us a lot of time, which is where, you own the farm, but Commissioner Walker's the one actually working.
Right.
Actually, he's the one we talk to. He does the lease form and does all that stuff.
I got you.
The other problem we're having with that is, it's really interesting. I'm going to be super careful, as I always try to be with this. We granted some of these exemptions in years past. In other words, no. So some of these, I get in them and I say, wow, this is tough. I'm getting ready to tell you we shouldn't have done that. And I mean, sometimes that gets to be the problem. They take longer. They're just taking longer because we've got to work through those. We've got to, I don't mean just to be careful. We got to make sure why did we see it this way? Why did we do it this way? I'm not going to sit here and fill y'all full of it. I probably only have half the folders for everything we're granting in the county at the moment. So that's really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about building that up.
Truly a good buddy system.
Under the state statute,
yeah,
we're not reaching back when we change.
Yeah, 3 years. You do a rollback very often. If it's,
when we discover that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, for 3 years. Just like if it was being sold to.
And I've had a long, serious conversation with school government. I've also had it with several attorneys and otherwise. There have been a few times that we've not had to grant rollback. We've been able to roll forward, just a few, because if it was totally on us, there's sometimes we can make a little bit of left there. But either way, next year the taxes going up. No one wants to pay more money yet. It's all of us.
John?
Can you update us on the negotiations with Nutrien?
I've not had any this year.
Have you settled that all?
Well, no, it's just the wrong time of year for it. So what they do and what many taxpayers do is large taxpayers often ask for extensions and get a lot of data in as far as that goes, or even if they don't, they provide so much data that it takes a while to look for it. We'll probably know some more things about that around BR time. We have not yet looked at their listing or any data provided, so I wouldn't know for this year to tell you what's going to change or not. Last year we had no.
Yeah, what happens with a lot of these corporate things, especially if they think they're going to lose or see they're going to lose, and I've sat on boards for companies, is we try to extend it as long as you can. Sure. If you think you're going to lose, it's not going to go your way, never settle it.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't even know if they extended it this year off the top of my head, but even if they didn't, they're going to provide a bucket of data, which they should, and that will take a while to go through. So we don't usually have that anywhere to be able to be, done anything with till April or May usually at the earliest, because it is a lot of depreciation schedules. It's a lot of mass numbers. It needs to be correct. And they're wonderful to work with, but it's just a lot of data to move. So it takes a few months.
You're talking about the so-called personal property.
Yes.
When you say
Business
depreciation schedule, yeah.
Their real property is only 15% of their total value, maybe, give or take. Most of theirs is machinery and equipment. There's others in the county that are similar. It take a while to get the data on our end, correct?
One statement and then a question. I really appreciate what you're doing on present use, trying to get it databased, formatted so that you can be fair with everyone. And I think knowledge is a wonderful thing. If you don't have the proper knowledge, you can't be fair. If you've got the proper knowledge, it's incumbent upon you to be fair with all people. And having someone to sit down and explain stuff to people, that's a wonderful thing. I appreciate that as a service to our taxpayers. And they pay a lot of taxes, people who own land. One other thing, the shooting range situation. Would someone still get present use if they're just using part of their land to shoot on for themselves or their friends? How does that work? Because a lot of people do that, and they may even set up a berm.
It's primary use. So, I mean, if you've got a berm in the back of your farmland, we don't pay no attention. I mean, as far as that goes, because the main intent of the property at that point is probably to farm it. But, I mean, if the main intent of the property is to do a shoot range or do a sand pit or anything else, we're going to take it off for the area that is part of. We are working to properly apply partial exemptions on the property in the county. In other words, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. I think maybe at one time the software wanted it to be, but it doesn't have to be. You can have a 100-acre piece and only have 30 acres in use. I mean, that is possible. And I think that's really where we're bogging down a bit. That's where we're getting into it a bit. Not you've got 100 acres, it's all being farmed, shoot it or not. That's pretty simple. Most of the farmers, the regular farmers, barely talk to them. I mean, it's an easy program. It's an easy thing. They've been doing it. We've been getting it. It's more of the ones where it's forest land that now they're hunting on full time, or now they're doing pit mine out of full time, or we've got a bunch. Now they're doing whatever out of. And those are really the ones where it gets to be how much of this needs to be done. So
just to be clear, we're finding some things going on in Beaufort County that I've never heard of in all my days of dealing with land. I've dealt with a lot of land. And people are taking, they are taking woodsland that is land that you would, of course, use in forest and make money off of, but they're creating a business out of the hunting to the point that you hunt for, it's almost like timeshare hunting. You know what I mean? You hunt periods of time during the season, you pay for that period of time.
And you will recall from the conversation that I had with the board previously, 6 of you gentlemen at least, at the Board of Equalization Review, legally it has to be the primary use of the property. The primary use of the
the money. It's all
I've
about
not been going chasing hunting clubs. That's not a easy or whatever else. That's not what we're doing. But we are looking at why is there a big gaping hole in the middle of the property. Things like that have been more on our radar, and we've got enough of those. I've not even got to the next level.
So how do you find that out? I mean, would you find that out from the IRS? I mean, how can you find out if they're making more off the hunting than they are the timber?
We do, once it's brought to our attention, we do ask for returns. We do ask for things like that.
And they have to submit them?
They should.
Or you can, you can just go ahead and do what you want to until they submit them, right?
We have subpoena power, but God, don't make me use it. Yeah, I mean, we want them to submit it. And 99.9 times out of 100, people are happy to submit the data to us. And you know what? There are people, again, that have owned something for 40 years that might not even know they had it. We've had people, we have a reduction on this. They don't even know, and I believe them. I mean, because you're talking a $3,000 down to $1,000 down to $500. Some bigger property owners inherited from the parents. They may not know, but anyway.
We already had one of these at ENR, a piece of complicated property where it had a duck impoundment on it and a hunting, and then they were growing corn on the rest of it and all that kind of stuff. It gets to be complicated. The mining thing is kind of complicated too, I would think, and I may be wrong about this, but I think you take the area that was mined last year, you tax that, that's taxed one way. What he mined the year before last is now a water hole. That has a different value. So it's not simple, it's complicated.
That's similar to how it is.
You get agriculture.
Thank you very much. Brian, anything you want to add?
No, sir. Brad's here, and it looks like we're we're still a few minutes early, so it's like you'll probably break at 1 instead, break at 12 instead of 12:15. I've got everybody after lunch pushed up to start at 1.
Okay. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning. Just give me a second to get this.
I guess you just walked in from the office today. You didn't have to drive.
It's a new day.
Yeah, didn't drive in. Anybody want to sing while we're waiting on Brad?
Jerry?
Huh? Jerry, you want to? Oh, you don't want to sing?
No, thank you.
It's your opportunity.
You wouldn't want me to sing. Anita can tell us all about the pleasures of being a new grandma.
Yeah, a couple hours.
She'll be retiring early.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. No, she says the other grandmother's going to be the one babysitting. So that's not going to... Yeah, then the jealousy will be, yeah. Yeah. I can tell you if I have 3 sons that the sons never get the same equal share. Or the mothers of the sons.
I'll take what I can get.
There you go.
I'm gonna be the fun grandmama. Traveling, buying fun stuff.
Well, enjoy it. I'm at the point now where my grandchildren are getting sweatshirts for like University of Texas have just been accepted, so
yeah.
It's a new phase.
I'm telling my kids, you're nuts if you send them out to that 4-year school right away. Send them to the community college.
I think I've got mine together. Yep, Brandon's got it up on the screen. So thank you all for this opportunity to kind of go over our department and what we've been doing for the last year and answer any questions you may have as you all prepare your budget for the year. Just to start off, as Commissioner Waters mentioned, we're able to walk over here now, and that's been a big change. So one of the big things we accomplished in this past year was moving into our new office location at 108 Union Drive. And that's right here across the street in the alley behind the Brightspeed building with the big antenna. And so that was necessitated, if you guys will remember, from one of our new companies moving to the county. BTW Global is leasing the entire Beaufort County Skills Center, which is owned by the Beaufort County Committee of 100. And so in order to necessitate that, we were needing to find some new office space. And so we did that, and we're lucky enough to find this location downtown, kind of in the heart of everything going on in Washington. And actually it had generated some savings in our budget due to the lower cost of utilities and maintenance costs associated with the old Skills Center. It's also been great because we have kind of increased connectivity with the county departments. I'm able to walk over here, and we have our Economic Development Advisory Committee meetings in this room, and my standing meeting with Brian, just be able to walk to the parking lot, but also our local partners, City of Washington, the Chamber of Commerce, and others. It's very centrally located here. The building itself really serves our needs. It is, we have plenty of parking right up front in the parking lot across from the courthouse. And so most days we have pretty good parking, and so clients and visitors coming in have plenty of places to park. We've had some good feedback just as far as the office space. It shows really well. It's a modern office space and really serves our needs. And so this will be the home for the Beaufort County Economic Development Office for quite a long time, we hope. And just to remind you again about our department's mission, we're really focused on industrial, which is actually one of the words on the county seal, and we take that responsibility serious. Our focus is on manufacturing primarily. Our measures that we try to always keep as our North Star are jobs, job creation and new jobs, and maintaining the jobs that are currently here for Beaufort County residents. And we don't, we really focus on manufacturing and industry because those are what we consider primary jobs, jobs that pay a good wage and that provide a certain level of benefits and are able to sustain families here in Beaufort County and in the region. We know that the employers here in Beaufort County attract workforce from multiple counties, and so that is always something we're conscious of. But also focused right there along with jobs is the tax base. And so these companies that we have in Beaufort County, like Nutrien and others, pay a very large part of the tax base of Beaufort County. And so we, as an organization and agency, we try to keep that as our mission to attract jobs and maintain that tax base. And that tax base is revenue generating for the county and also supports the services that the other county departments provide the citizens of Beaufort County. So we definitely appreciate your investment in economic development. Our office is probably one of the smallest in the county. We're a two-person shop. It's myself as the director, and we have our economic development specialist, Sue Squires, who assists me in my duties and carries a lot of the burden as well. Our primary functions as an office really involved working with our existing industries, and we call that business retention and expansion. So we support the existing industries and make sure they're happy and growing. And then we also focus on business attraction, and that's trying to recruit new companies to Beaufort County and always be trying to find that next industry that will move to town and create a new factory and hire tens and hundreds of jobs. We also, as part of our work, really focus on site and building development. That's really where we have the best chance of locating new companies. We don't have a lot of existing empty buildings that we can use to attract industry, so we try to keep developing product in the business of industrial parks that have all the utilities and infrastructure in the prime locations where industry would be wanting to locate. And so we also market what we do have. And so those are kind of our primary functions, but we also, and this is not just for yourselves, but for the general public, a lot of other kind of ancillary services and areas that economic development touches that we've been conscious of trying to keep a focus on manufacturing and industrial and be a player and a partner to those other efforts. And those are like workforce development, retail and commercial development, entrepreneurship support, and also housing development. So those are areas that our office, with our limited bandwidth, we can't really take the lead on, but we do support partners that are working in that space, and we're at the table to help promote what they are doing. So, sorry. froze up. I apologize. Well, okay. Well, here we go. One of the things our office has done as well is we have reconstructed our Economic Development Advisory Committee. That was one of the tasks we did earlier in the year. We had a previous advisory board that was appointed by the county commissioners, and we, when I came on, we wanted to kind of re-look at that and make sure that it was really serving our office and making it more functional. And so we, back in June, your board adopted some new bylaws for that advisory committee, and we had our first meeting in August of 31st of 2023. That board is appointed by the county commissioners and it's chaired by Commissioner Ed Booth, and the vice chair is John Rebholz. So we have good representation from the county commissioner leadership. We have representation from each of the municipalities in Beaufort County. It includes Washington, Belhaven, Aurora, Chocowinity, Bath, Washington Park, and Pantego. We also have spots on the board dedicated for partner organizations such as the Beaufort County Community College, Beaufort County Public Schools, Beaufort County Committee of 100, the Mideast Commission, the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, and also a seat representing agriculture. So we have, changed a little bit of the format. We have, we've eliminated the guest speakers that were part of those meetings, and we try to keep things to 1 hour and keep a kind of a tight focus on those core functions of our office, as I outlined in the first slide. We do provide updates on product development, our recruitment activities, our marketing efforts, and our existing industry assistance and workforce development. And we have really set that board up to serve as a role to advise and make recommendations to our department and be a sounding board for our office's activities. But ultimately, all incentive proposals come before the Board of Commissioners for a public hearing. And so we definitely kind of take that structure of having that as a purely advisory committee and open it up to partners and allies to kind of hear what we're doing and for them to have some input, but ultimately your board here at the county commissioner level is our governing board. Our next meeting, we also have moved it to an every other month format. That's just because a lot of the initiatives that we work take a long time, and it would be a little bit repetitive of some of the things we're doing. So having a 2-month period between meetings allows for more activity to happen and for us to give a more robust report. So our next meeting is March 28th, and we actually do meet here in the Commissioners' boardroom. As I mentioned, site and building development is a key activity for us, and happy to report the long-planned and talked about Aurora Industrial Park is well underway. We have a weekly meeting on this with our team working on that. Construction is underway, Trader Construction, and the East Group manages those efforts. We had an open house after we secured all of the funding. And again, thank you to the county commissioners in August of 2023 approved a $200,000 loan to the town of Aurora to cover gaps in financing so that we're able to, the town of Aurora was able to make sure all the funds were available to finish this project. And of course, you're aware of the sources of funds with North Carolina Department of Commerce and Golden Leaf Foundation supporting that. We had all the grants were finalized and the contract was let on the project. We had an open house on November 29th in Aurora to kind of celebrate the fact that this was finally coming to fruition, but also to serve as a marketing piece and for us to communicate with the community and the industries that may have an interest in this. And if you'll recall that this park is really on the smaller scale. It is for parcels typically 2 to 3 acres and down to 1 acre. And so the focus really is right now on nutrients, vendors and contractors that work on site to have a location for them to have their own facility off of Nutrien's property. And it really is done a lot in conjunction with Nutrien. And we do have 3 pre-committed buyers of parcels out there. And we're happy to report that each of those will be closing on that property here in this month. Construction is expected to be complete in March. And we have, of course, the Beaufort County Community College, satellite campus, the Aurora Fire Department, and Bullhead, one of those vendors to Nutrien. We're in ongoing discussions with a few of the other contractors that may have an interest, and we'll just keep plugging that on. But as you'll recall, that original $450,000 loan that the county commissioners approved for Aurora was a pre-sale requirement of 75%. And so once the town of Aurora closes on those 3 properties, that will they will return 75% of that cost of the loan, which is about $337,500 back to the county, and with 25% remaining at a total of about $112,500. That's plus interest as well that the town of Aurora will be paying. So hope to get the rest of it filled as soon as possible. And the Nutrien has pledged another 28 additional acres that once we sell out phase 1, we can start developing that. Again, construction expected to be complete in the March timeline. Another prime focus for us is the Chocowinity industrial site. This has been owned by the county for a number of years and just steadily have had improvements and is being constantly marketed. Previously, one of the big things that it was approved in the Duke Energy Site Readiness Program, which means that Duke Energy has a site certification program that shows that it has all of the needed utilities at an industrial grade level, but it also has all of those site due diligence reports, those studies about wetlands and delineation and topography and the soils and all of those things that companies are looking for when they decide on their location. Because that has been a little bit dated, we've had to keep those updated, and so that's one of the things we did in this budget is put some funds together to update those. And especially when we were applying for the North Carolina Railroad Build Ready Sites Grant, and that was a new opportunity just created in the last few years for the North Carolina Railroad Company to help communities get more industrial sites activated for rail. And so they awarded us back in March, notified us, we had applied and went through the process, but in March we got the notification that we were approved for a grant in their program. And in November we brought that contract to your board to approve the amount would be $420,000, which is 60% of the grant program from the North Carolina Railroad, with the Beaufort County providing the other 40%, which is about $280,000. So that total project cost is about $700,000, and that would be to clear and grade and plan for a 100,000 square foot pad site. And that would be to where the permits are in place and the pad site is created, which would really save companies looking to locate there about 6 to 9 months. So we are continuing to work through that. We've actually got the next level of due diligence that we're about to work on with our consulting partner on this, which is Alliance Consulting Engineers. We also, again, are supporting our partners like the City of Washington and the Washington Warren Airport Authority. If you recall, there was some large funds given to the City of Washington and the airport for upgrades, and about $20 million from the General Assembly in the 2 budget cycles ago. And those funds went for modernization of the airport and some upgrades they were doing around additional hangars and some stuff with the drone industry infrastructure. And then, but the key part that really is in our area would be the airport industrial park. And so they purchased 107 acres at that time, and just in this budget cycle, the airport received another $13.5 million. And so we have been meeting with the airport director, Earl Malpas, weekly to just go over projects that he is working with businesses and individuals that are looking to purchase and lease hangar space, but really focused on the development of that industrial park and making sure that if they're going to develop it, they're putting in all the things they need, and I'm assisting them line up the sources of funds, very similar to what we did for the town of Aurora. It's not our project, but we are supporting it because once that comes online, that's going to be a lot of prime industrial space for us to market for new companies. They have been active. They've actually are in the process of adding 63 additional acres, which would bring that total amount to 170. And there's a possibility that another a little bit over 100 acres may be added to that industrial park. So it's on Highway 17, and actually one of the unique features of the park would be that it has access to the airport and the runway. And so Earl is working with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Division of Aviation, on some grants that would actually build the ribbon and the taxiway improvements that would connect the park to the airport. And then we have been working on communicating with partners like Electricities, which is the municipal power provider with the City of Washington through their Economic Development Office on programs they have to help study and pay for the due diligence and, back to those phase 1 environmentals, wetland delineation, all those things we really need to have in hand for us to market the product. Also engaged with Kevin Richards with the Wooten Company on some searching for grants and possible grant administration once they're ready. The Airport Authority has some work to do before we're able to really even apply for grants, because we would need to do a little bit of preliminary engineering and cost estimates before we're able to go to those funders and say, hey, this is what we need, this is our plan. So there's a lot of sources of funds that are newly available out there, specifically with Golden Leaf, and so we hope to be tapping into those in conjunction with the airport on getting that property developed. Our bread and butter, our core product that we've marketed for years is the jointly owned Beaufort County and City of Washington Industrial Park. That's on Page and Leggett Roads and Cherry Run Road there in the the western part of Beaufort County. Again, that project, we have a lot of activity. It's where a lot of the shell building work had been done previously. And so that is pretty well developed, well established industrial park. We have one project we're working right now, which we think are very close to an announcement, and they're looking at about 4.54 acres in the park, and then we would have about 45 acres left out there to develop. We do have one project that we have a company that has expressed interest in, and we're kind of reserving and giving them first right of refusal on, but they're in regular contact with them, and they still have a very strong interest in that 10 acres once they're ready to build, and we think that'll go fairly quickly. And so one of the needs we have out here, again, with some of the due diligence is a little bit old, and so we're wanting to update some of that information, as well as you can see from this is the main marketing materials I use, and it's very outdated. You can see the aerial that we have doesn't even show the industry-ready building, which was now housed by F-Lift, and it doesn't have David's Trash Service. And so we want to update maybe some of the aerial and marketing material we have. Oh, what's it? Yeah, it's waste. Yeah. And so that's another neat time to update that. But in general, my philosophy with industrial sites and buildings is really diversity of product. You want to have something for everybody, all scale types of businesses. And so we've said in our last advisory committee meeting, the Chocowinity site really is for our heavy industry, those that would need rail, that need 100+ acres. That would be that site. And for our the airport property, again, as that becomes pretty large, that would be our kind of mid-size product we would have. And then we have the Washington Beaufort Industrial Park for our smaller scale, 5 acres or so. And down in Aurora, that's kind of a niche product we're marketing, 1 acres or so, specific to nutrients. So try to have something for everybody and always be thinking about, you know, what's next on the in the industry trends. And so what we've seen is really a push lately with the state with some of their battery manufacturing and automotive, that they're all looking for larger sites. And so the state is putting together a lot of resources to get communities ready for larger sites. And so we'll tap into that. A lot of companies, they want an existing building, and we really, because there's no speculative shell buildings that are not taken right now, and we don't have a lot of vacant industrial buildings. We do have one that we're marketing, and this is the Egret building. Egret is shutting down operations, and the ownership is retiring. This is a great building. It's located at 715 Page Road, right next to the Beaufort County Skills Center, our former office. It's 27,000 square feet on 7 acres, and it has actually land owned by us adjoining, so it's able to be expanded on, which is good. The price is about $2.5 million, which equals to about $94 a square foot, which is pretty competitive, especially as building costs have gone up. And hopefully leveling off and maybe coming back down. But so again, companies are really attracted to existing buildings because they can go in and very quickly get in and save them, over a year probably in design and construction and all those expenses. They're able to get in and upfit to their specific needs. This particular building was purpose-built for boat manufacturing. It's got a lot of unique features that are specific to the boating industry, like an overhead 4-ton crane that can actually be expanded to 8 tons. It's got some unique dust collection infrastructure, radiant heated floors. This has generated some good project activity for us. The state of North Carolina has brought at least 2 projects to Beaufort County looking at this building specifically. It's listed on our site and building database that I'll touch on in a minute. So when state developers are looking for a building of a certain size, our building comes up. We've had at least 1 direct inquiry that's contacted our office specifically looking for a building, and so we were able to show them this. And then we've got a current existing industry actually that has expressed an interest in looking at the building very soon. So hopefully that will be able to land a project for us, and we'll be able to kind of replace that. And it's, again, one of our 3 or 4 industry clusters is boat building, and we're in a really good place because we've got the workforce, we've got so many different boat manufacturers in Beaufort County. We have workforce training facilities at the community college and the high school, and so we think this is kind of prime for a boat builder moving in, but we'd be just as fine if it was any industry coming in, not specifically a boat builder. It's been only for, I'd say, about 3 months or so at this point. So it's generating some activity, and I think the owners are motivated. They've already reduced the price once. So we continue to bring them leads and bringing people by to show it. So we just need to hopefully get a party to decide to snatch it up. So, that's a little bit of a product development. That's kind of work we have to do before we're even able to open up shop. We've got to be able to have some product to market. But one of the core functions of economic development offices is working with our existing industries. And so STAT always uses about 75% of the new jobs created in a community come from your existing industries expanding. And so we try to make sure that we're taking care of those companies and being in regular contact. And so we do that in a number of ways. We maintain an industrial directory that kind of lists all of the companies, and this past year we've expanded that list to include trucking and logistics companies because those are also good job creating for us, and we actually have, they're good support for some of the industries as well that we have. We visit companies, try to do that regularly. It's kind of sometimes a little bit hard to get into companies, especially during the COVID pandemic period, but they're thawing a little bit more and allowing for us to come out for visits, and we try to do that regularly whenever we can get in, and so we make calls periodically just trying to touch base with the leadership or the human resource managers out at the industries and come out and visit with them, and we do a tour and learn a little bit about how their manufacturing processes work and see what we can do to support them. And then we also make sure they're aware that whenever they're ready to expand, that we can tap into funds from the state and from local, that if they're investing in their facilities and equipment and real estate and also adding jobs, then we would like to help support that and perhaps incentivize that for the project to happen here in Beaufort County. Another area that we work with our existing companies is sometimes just connections and technical resources that, you know, they have a hard time getting a hold of this person or they need a connection with this organization. And so we try to build bridges between the existing industries. So we do that on the regular. Another big area that, you know, is the common refrain we hear from existing industry is that workforce. It's hard to find workers. And so that's a big focus for us. We have a workforce development team that meets monthly, and we talk about ways we can help improve that job pool for applicants for these companies. And so we did a number of these visits last year with just existing industries, and we'll in this coming year we'll try to increase that. One of the things we've talked about maybe doing in the next year's budget is creating more of a maybe an event for existing industries, maybe like a plant managers group, or sometimes they call it industrial management council, where the plant managers can come together. It'd probably be hard to get them on a too regular basis, so at least once a year, a couple times a year, bring all them together in a room and talk about common issues that they're having and ways that our office can help support them to be happy and successful, because we you know, try to hear about any distress that they may have early so that we're able to help you know, connect them with resources and make sure that we don't have plant closures in the community, which really affect those employees at each of the companies. So as I mentioned, workforce development's a key function. It's one of our kind of ancillary tasks that we do. We actually have a team that meets that is comprised of our office, the Beaufort County Community College, the Public School System Career and Technical Education Program, the Rivers East Workforce Development Board, NC Works, as well as the Vocational Rehab, and others. The chambers are joining us as well, and we talk about ways we can support workforce development. We had a little funding from a grant that my predecessor had gotten that we needed to spend, and so we were able to put on the first of a series we want to do, a regular event with a career job fair. And so we actually had that on November 15th at the Civic Center, and we had about 30 companies and organizations participate. We had 2 of the high schools come, and we had a large number of students, and then we opened it up to the general public for the afternoon session. And that was a good event covered by the media, but the idea was to help existing industries connect with the citizens of Beaufort County and the region for the jobs that are available here. And we're already planning another event for May. So that is ongoing. This is another example of a workforce development thing that we don't actually lead, but we were happy to participate in. October 26th, there was a ribbon cutting at the community college for the Beaufort County Community College's Boat Manufacturing Center. And this is funded by Golden Leaf Foundation, and it's a real compliment to the high school at the Washington High School boat building facility. And so we're able to really market to the boat manufacturers that we have a really concerted effort on workforce support and making sure that they have a pipeline of workers coming from Beaufort County through the high school and the community college straight to the manufacturing operations. So that's a good example of what we promote. Existing industry support, another one we did was an expansion project for Elite Trucks. They were awarded in June of 2023. We helped apply for them a building reuse grant through the State Department of Commerce. They were awarded $200,000 for their building upfit at their new location on Market Street. And that construction, as you drive by, the former grocery store and Family Dollar facility is ongoing, and they expect to be nearing completion and move in sometime in the March-April timeframe. They had pledged to invest about $2.1 million into that facility and create 31 new jobs. And so your board here, the county commissioners, approved in September of 2023 accepting the grant on behalf of the North Carolina Department of Commerce and supplying the required 5% local match, which was a total of $10,000, but it was split with 2.5% each with us in the city of Washington, since this particular project is within the city limits. And so we appreciate that support. And again, this is a great homegrown company that's deciding to grow here in Beaufort County. So we think that's great. Another big bucket of what we do is business attraction, and part of that is just kind of answering the phone and being ready when companies are looking at us. And so we receive leads looking at North Carolina and Beaufort County specifically from a variety of sources: the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, Electricities, Duke Energy, the electric membership cooperatives. Sometimes they call our phones direct, or they get on our website and find us. And so we respond, and we have a number of projects that we've submitted for. This is a picture of an example of a request for information that we do on the regular. And I liken that to casting in your fishing. You know, you hear about where the fish are looking, and you try to cast your line and hopefully get a nibble, and you reel them in for a visit, and where you're able to really talk more about what your community has to offer their specific industry. So we have to have all that site information for our sites. The typical things they're looking for is site information, utility information, and workforce data. And so we are there to provide that. This is an example of the site and building database I mentioned that we put all of our sites and buildings on, that feeds into the state system. This is a little bit of kind of passive marketing for us. It's through our website, and we connect with the EDP&C. We also do try to regularly post on our social media. Specifically, LinkedIn is the kind of business social media, and so there's a lot of site selectors and state partners that follow our office on there, and so we're able to communicate with them through those tools. We do participate with the state and others on marketing mission trips, and so in September of 2023, I attended the FabTech show in Chicago, which was about welding and metal fabrication as part of a team from the state, and also in Chicago attended a site selectors event. Those are the consultants that help companies decide where to locate. October 2023, I attended with the North Carolina Department of Commerce the SUSE Japan Conference, and I was actually very fortunate to be able to meet with here in Washington, the former Flanders Filters, now American Air Filters, is owned by Daikin Industries, which is a major player in the air conditioning and air filtration business, and their headquarters is in Osaka, Japan. And so while I was over there, I worked with our local plant to line up a meeting with their head of air filtration to just, again, thank them for the investment that they continue to make in Beaufort County, and they have finishing up a very large investment in upgrading their facility. Very happy, you know, again, you can't control when you'll have a win, but we were very happy to do what we could to land BTW Global, a company that was located over in Pitt County. And in July 27th of 2023, we formally announced their move and cut the ribbon at their new location, temporary location, at the Beaufort County Skills Center. That's where their new office and warehousing operation is located. They plan to be there for about 2 years and maybe less if things go well for them, which all indications is that they are. And so we are actively working with them to plan the location for their new building dedicated for them. That would be located in the Washington Beaufort Industrial Park. And they've got their eyes on about 10.8 acres that will be for their new facility. And so they're already kind of thinking about design and getting their cost estimates together. And once they are, we will work with them. They have already brought 40 employees to Beaufort County as part of their initial effort, and so they really think that they can grow tremendously with the new facility, and so we're working with that. And we do have, Project Celtic, which is the confidential project we've been working for a number of months now, and continue to work with them. We have a every 2-week meeting with them, and we think we're getting close to an announcement with that, just depending on their environmental permitting that they have to do. So all in all, things are good. We're looking toward the next year. One of the things that I did initially was kind of take stock of what we had and how things worked over here in Beaufort County, and I feel really good about the position we're in, especially with our existing industries and the sites and buildings that we're developing. One of the focuses I'm having in this year is really our existing industries, getting out more regular, building stronger connections with them, and then also kind of improving our marketing materials and making sure that we're putting kind of Beaufort County's best foot forward as we're working with industries. And we think, we'll be in a good position, especially as the state in the western part gets more and more project activity. We hope that more will be looking toward the eastern part of the state and making some investments in our area. So happy to answer any questions you guys may have, and appreciate the support you guys have given our office and my time here in Beaufort County.
This relates to the airport. Because of the size of the tract of land out there and the fact that, I'm being told there's people that are constantly coming in, looking at it and talking about building plants. Who takes the lead on that? Is that the airport authority, the city of Washington, or they kicking it over to you for input, Brad? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, Earl Malpas is the airport director, so he usually has been, especially on the hangar space, it's not really ready for prime time, I would say, because right now it's just a farmer's field attached to the airport. So that's where I've been trying to get them ready to go, because we can't even submit projects until we know it has all the infrastructure and it has all the due diligence done. And so I'm kind of counseling Earl and the airport authority and the city as well on, these are the things we need to do and put in place and make some investments in to get it ready to go. And so, but if there's been any, so we've been talking to site selectors and to the state partners that it's coming, but we're really, I think, trying to get this infrastructure in so that we're able to really robustly submit that for projects and master plan what that location would look like.
Questions of Brad? Randy?
I don't think it has anything to do with you or us, but has the helicopter repair facility building been occupied yet?
Yes, well, Metro Aviation, they have moved into their new facility out there. That was a new hangar constructed with the funds from the General Assembly, and so as far as I know, that's going well. And there's still a hangar that we would like, that Earl and them would like to get leased, and that's that larger 20,000 square foot hangar. And so we're actually have some good leads on that, and we're getting some photography to put on the website here in the next month or so. But that one is a little bit different because it's a hangar. Yes, that could support like a manufacturing operation or whatnot, but typically it's more, I liken it to like a parking garage for your car. It's there, and so there'll be some job creation with it, but where I try to speak clearly about the opportunity and economic development related to the airport, and I really feel like it's that industrial park, because that, once it has all the infrastructure, its location on 17, and the connection to the airport, I think that'll really give us something to market and land some projects out of that.
Everybody else? Anybody else? You want to give us any? Did you have a question?
Nope.
Okay, Brian.
Just back at 1.
Be back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Thank you very much, Brad. We're going to take a lunch break, and we'll start back at 1 o'clock.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Session. And the first speaker is our Public Works Solid Waste and Maintenance Update, Christina. So, turn it over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, as I'm sure you've been through yesterday as well as this morning, the plan today is to go through and kind of give an overall summary of the Public Works Department as far as what has taken place this fiscal year, is then also to present some ideas for you for next fiscal year as we are preparing our budget to see if there are any ideas that you have or any special areas that we should concentrate on. Again, the Public Works Leadership Team, I'm the director, and then it's divided into 3 different divisions. The Facilities Division, Todd Taylor, Solid Waste Division that West Overman oversees, and then the Water Division, Eric Jennings is our Water Division Manager, and the 3 of them are here with us today, so if you have any questions, they will be happy to respond. Again, fiscal year 2025 budget planning. First, I'd like to take this time to kind of brag a little bit on the department, on the personnel, not so much the department, but the personnel that work in the department. The Public Works Department is a very active department, skilled, and I consider us to be a very successful department within the county. Very active. If you're driving around Beaufort County almost any day, you will more than likely see someone that works with the Public Works Department. We have people that obviously from every end of the county because our water line goes there. Then if you're in the downtown area, because we have so many different county buildings, not just one county building, but multiple county buildings, it's very likely that you will see facilities personnel walking across the parking lot, driving from one place to another, because there's always something that needs to be done that they are taking care of. So again, I'd like to brag on them and thank them for doing a great job. Fiscal year 2025, our plan is to continue providing all of the existing services that we currently provide. We're not looking to decrease any services. And again, the format of the presentation will be a divisional summary for each division, followed by a slide that shows challenges and then solutions. Again, I always ask that of people, that if you're coming with a complaint, or also provide a solution. So that's what I'm trying to do today. And then also, before we get started, I just want to go ahead and put something out on the table that some of you may not agree with me, but this is my thought, and this is how I feel. We do deal with challenges every day, but there's one challenge that seems to pop up more than any. And our major challenge is our available staffing. The complexity, the number of projects, the number of tasks, the number of building systems that must be maintained on a daily basis or a weekly basis or a monthly basis or an annual basis is continuing to increase. The number of people that have to be supervised, the number of regulations that must be followed, all of that continues to increase. And the man hours that it takes to do that is obviously increasing as well. So the Public Works Department is in need of additional staffing. First, I'll talk about the Water Division. For fiscal year 2024, the budget was just at $8.9 million, and then there were also capital projects that are in addition to that 8.9. Day-to-day operation of the water system is effective, productive, and dynamic. It changes every day, but I believe a lot of time, energy, effort, and funding support has gone into that water system in the past 10 years, and I believe that it's currently running very well. Again, it's dynamic. It changes day to day. There's always something going on. Rarely, I don't know that Eric ever has one day that's the same as the previous day. The same with the customer service representatives here in the finance office. You're answering telephone calls from customers constantly. There's always something new that's going on. And with over 14,000 customers, that's understandable. Some of the major issues that we're dealing with on the operations side, again, we were speaking of it just before this meeting started, is the number of major NCDOT projects that are going on within the county. So again, you're aware of that information from DOT. It doesn't just affect the surface where the roadway is and the asphalt is. We have water lines that are buried beneath, and we have to relocate those water lines, and we have to make sure that that service is not interrupted and pressures and things like that are not disturbed. So again, that's a lot of coordination and a lot of hours, a lot of meetings, and a lot of time to make sure that that occurs. Regulatory changes, the EPA revised the lead and copper rule. So now one of the new requirements that we have to do is developing and maintaining a service line inventory. Not something, again, that water systems have had to do in the past. Now we have to do it. And it is tied to the lead and copper rule, so that's tied back to the issues that have happened mostly in the northeastern and the older water systems. Our water system is a newer system, so lead is not an issue that we generally have. However, the EPA has now made it a requirement that you have to have an inventory, which means you have to have each service listed, and it has to say when it was installed, what type of material was used. So even if it's not lead, now we still have to maintain the inventory. So we have to go in and do that, and that is due by October of this year. So again, over 14,000 customers have to go back and research it. Now, while we have a lot of information from our GIS system and things, and from our tax system, things that we can make well-educated decisions on and put in the inventory, there's still going to be some cases where we have to go out and actually do a physical examination.
When you say a service line, you're talking about tap to the house?
Yes, sir.
What moron came up with that?
That is a rule that was given out by EPA. So again, that's, things that have never had to be done before, that now it takes hours and hours and hours and weeks and weeks and weeks and work in order to do.
We need to do a resolution to our House and Senators to look at this and get some relief on it. Because in a system, you're right, in a system like ours, there is virtually zero risk.
I agree that there's a very extremely low risk. However, I think the likelihood of that being changed is also very low, because it is my belief that what they are doing is developing the inventory is just building the foundation, and then they will continue to gather information. So while lead is what they are currently looking at, and we are not at risk for that, I am unsure of what the next contaminant may be that they want to start tracing.
That's even more reason why we need to, I'll agenda the item for the next meeting. We just need to do a resolution after these guys take a look at for a little bit of reasonableness. Because in the northeast, where you have houses that may have a surface line that was put in 100 years ago, that is lead, you know, there's got to be a better way to do this than this. Unless they're doing what you think they're doing, which is more control and more regulation, blah, blah, blah.
I think it's gathering information so that they know what systems have.
All right. I gotta remember to agenda that item.
The next item, also in the coming year, will be our NPDES, which is our discharge permit for the Edward Water Treatment Plant is up for renewal. So Eric has been working with DEQ on that as far as requirements that are required for that, and to make sure that everything is in place for the renewal of that permit. And then staff training, I just want to speak on this a little bit because it's something that I want to make sure that the commissioners as well as the public are aware of. Our training that the employees are getting now is fantastic. That if people are worried that that staff is not being trained on new regulations, they are. Jennifer Orr, which is our risk and safety manager, has that scheduled, has it lined up. We have people coming in, so the personnel are sitting in these classes, and different people are coming in so that they are staying up to date on items. And that also, again, regulations as well as safety. Next slide would be talking about the challenges that we are currently facing and then proposed solutions for that. The first one is security at our water sites. As we know, Homeland Security and different things like that is a hot item that everyone's talking about, and we are looking at ways to improve that at our sites. The first step in the water system, again, was computer-related, making sure you had firewalls in, making sure that people, it would be extremely difficult to hack the system to get in. Our IT contractor, EIS Data, has worked very hard with that to make sure that our systems are secure. And our systems also, there's a difference between viewing versus manipulating. So we always want to make sure that we have our chemical feed systems and things like that very secure so that the manipulation of that would be extremely difficult. So then the next step we're looking at now is actual physical security. The majority of our sites, actually I believe all of our sites, have chain link fencing around it and have gates. So again, we have that physical barrier, but our sites are also located in very remote areas. So the next step that we're looking at is installing cameras at the sites so that we would be able to see if someone is going in and they would be notified. So we're working with that. So that is an item that I do plan to include in this year's budget. Currently, based upon what the pricing comes in, but looking at spreading that out over 2 years, the first year or the phase 1 would be the sites where actual, the water treatment plants, the booster pump stations, and the valve stations. So sites that actually things are done that if someone were to get in there, they could cause some type of harm.
Problem prior?
I don't believe so. Have we ever had any? We've had vehicles that have run through our fences numerous times.
Where somebody broke into a site and ran away with one of our vehicles for 4 hours before we found them on the side of the road. But other than that, no.
Okay.
We've had several instances where people have accidentally run stop signs or ran through some of our sites, but not intentionally.
Okay, so it's just preventive.
Yeah, yes, sir. And preventive, and then if someone's coming around and snooping around to see of a way to get in, then we would be able to, turn that information over to the sheriff's office so that they would be able to help us locate them or just kind of be aware of if somebody's sneaking around at night, that type of thing. And the way our buildings are designed, they have hollow metal frame doors. There may be 1 or 2 windows, but there are hardly any windows at all. They're masonry units, so that there's not a lot of easy way to get in. The next item would be the completion of our Division of Water Infrastructure projects. This is a huge challenge, and it's been a huge challenge, and it's something we've been talking about for a while, and the amount of hours spent on it is greatly. As a matter of fact, the last email that I sent before I came to this meeting today was regarding these projects. McDavid and staff, we've been coordinating with Division of Water Infrastructure staff to approve scope revisions to allow the release of previously approved grant and loan funds. So what we're working with is changing our control system and allowing the state grant funds to pay for that upgrade. So the state has been working with us, and they've now verbally, preliminarily agreed to make that change, and so now we're trying to process the paperwork. So once that is done, I would be scheduling a water committee meeting and then present it to the full Board of Commissioners for their acceptance. If you recall, it's been quite a few months ago that I brought it before the board, and you agreed to allow us to go back and to make a secondary application to use the funds, and that was denied. So we're just trying a different route. But as of right now, again, preliminarily and verbally, we've been told that they will accept this and we can move forward. So this is about close to $1 million, so that's why we're working hard to be able to use the grant funds to be able to do this and to complete these projects. It's a huge thing that we're trying to put behind us and to get these projects completed and to move forward. Then the third challenge for the water department is, again, going back to creating the service line inventory. We will be doing a lot of the work in-house, but then we'll also be contracting with a consultant to complete this inventory so that we have it to turn in. I'll probably do it each division. Does anybody have any questions regarding the water?
Well, the service line inventory, how are you going to do an inventory? You go out there and dig up the line?
Not every line, no, sir. We don't, no, sir. They have a format and a suggested use based upon the year that the inventory was put in, based upon the year of the home. They do allow you to make certain, I hate to use the word assumptions, but basically to use assumptions in order to do that. And then if there are some that are within a certain age range, then we may have to go out and physically dig it up. Now, there are some systems we went to a seminar, they had a training session, and I mean, had the spade, the knee pads, and they were digging up multiple services. Again, we are extremely blessed that our system is a newer system, so we should not have that issue, because even at older homes that were on a well, when the county system came through, they had to disconnect from their well and then move their service line or connect to us. So and again, with that, we're making the assumption of that service line within a certain number of feet of our meter box. I can't go up and dig up 60 feet into the yard to see is that still old line or is it new line, but the EPA is not requiring us to do that. So it's the best information that we're able to get. But there are many systems that are going out and digging up within 5 feet of the meter box to see what the actual service line is.
This is another useless federal project. It is cheaper to sample the water, and if there's not a lead or copper hazard, that's the end of it. Take it right out of the faucet. You can get that done for about 20 or 30 bucks a pop.
But I can't go and do that 14,000 times on an annual basis.
Rather than digging, that is the most economical thing to do.
In order for us to be compliant with the EPA regulatory, we will need to provide a service line inventory.
Well, again, this will be an agenda item at the next meeting. We'll be sending something to our senators and our House members that this is an open regulation.
Any other?
I'm going to go back to the roll-off sites.
To the what sites?
Yeah, I want to go back to roll-off sites. That's why I said I want to go back to the roll-off sites. Well, no, well, we're talking about cameras and things like that. I'm going to talk about this right now. You were talking about getting cameras. The sheriff is talking about getting cameras, okay? And specifically, a good place to put it would be on the roll-off sites. Have you thought about working with him about the cameras? Because at some point you're going to have to interface with him for prosecution, for investigation and then prosecution of these people.
We currently do that.
You do?
We have the cameras.
And had that for 2 years?
Wesley, I believe, apologize, I don't remember Wesley Waters' rank, but he was in West's office 2 days ago where they were collaborating on an issue.
That's good to know.
Sites.
Thank you.
We didn't shoot the camera out at Chalkawinity.
No, Chalkawinity is good. It's
Don't say.
It's
Don't say. You're going to make fun of Mike. You ready to get to the facility?
very good aim. That's all I have to say. Very small camera. Yes. So next up, we have the Facilities Division. Again, for the fiscal year 24 budget, it was just over $1.5 million plus capital projects. Currently maintaining 20 buildings because this year the Aurora Medical Office Building was added. And while you may think, well, there's nobody in that building, they don't have to do anything down there, I would dare say Todd and the other two technicians have made no less than 20 trips to Aurora, which is a 2-hour round trip, not including work time down there. So again, it takes time to do all of that. And they did do some immediate repairs in order to secure the building and in order to protect the building and things like that. So, but again, over 20 buildings, and as you know, none of them are new. So it's not just 20 buildings, it's 20, oh, yes, experienced buildings. So they respond to daily requests from the building occupants. They conduct routine inspections, complete minor repairs and renovations, one of which someone mentioned we are trying to do things in-house in order to save some money and for the quality of work. Someone mentioned the renovation that was done at the Department of Social Services, interior of the building. Todd and the two maintenance technicians did the carpentry work and things like that within that building. So again, they were able to reduce the cost by doing that and able to do it during work hours and take care of what's going on around that. So again, the staff that we have is doing an excellent job. They supervise various vendors and coordinate with end users. So again, contractors, we only have 2 maintenance technicians. There's a lot of plumbing, a lot of electrical, a lot of HVAC, things like that. That's done with contractors. Contractors are contractors. Contractors work for other companies. So their allegiance and their, it's with the other companies. It's not with us, which is how it should be. But that also means that there should be a county employee that knows what that employee is doing and is with them. So they also develop, procure, and manage capital projects. That sentence or that phrase is a lot. Develops, that means meeting with architects, that means meeting with end users, that means determining what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and scheduling all of that. That means working with regulatory agencies, inspection agencies, and anyone else that wants to tell you how you should do your project. Procurement for a government entity. It's not as easy as calling up your buddy that you know can do the work and getting them to come and do it. You've got to go through a bunch of steps, you've got to put it in writing, and you've got to have a record of it. And it takes time, energy, and effort. Managing capital projects. Multiple contractors and multiple end users. We are a county operation that works Monday through Friday, at least 8 until 5, and nobody wants anybody to do construction when they're working. Some places you can't do construction while they're working because it's in the jail and the judges say you're not going to do it. So we have 3 people. We have to work after hours. We have to work weekends. So again, that one develops, procures, and manages capital projects is a huge, huge responsibility. Next slide is the challenges and solutions for the facilities. Security of buildings, personnel, and property. Going back to what Commissioner Deathridge just spoke of, the first proposed solution is completing our door access project. That's something that we started years ago at the courthouse where we have these little badges that we're able to get in and out so that when an employee leaves or a vendor leaves, you can deactivate it. You don't have to worry about replacing these physical keys. Commissioner Langley, you worked in the courthouse for a lot of years. How many master keys do you think there were floating around for that courthouse? Installing cameras to view the exterior of the buildings. A few years ago, the IT coordinator, EIS data, included in their budget, installing cameras at the entrances of the building so that we can see on the inside. So one of the things in the future that we're looking at is on the exterior of the building. So again, in the parking lot so that we can see what's happening, what's going on. Especially this downtown campus. Washington has done a fantastic job of revitalizing their downtown. Where does everyone park on the weekends? In these parking lots. So we have a lot of people that are walking around and things like that. So again, I think that would be an improvement for the county and for everyone to have that. So again, that's something that EIS data is working on those pricing for that. The HVAC control system has reached the end of the life of its actual components. The majority of our control system was installed as part of the energy savings upgrade, which I believe was completed in like 2011 or 2012. I started in 2013, so it had just wrapped up at that point. So again, it's about 10 years, kind of typical for computer component electronics and things like that. So we're looking at replacing those building by building and moving forward with that. The county phone system is also at the end of its life, so that's something that look at replacing. I'm not sure, I know oftentimes, I'm not exactly sure where the manager, where that'll be in the budget, but that's something that facilities has gotten involved in. We've had some issues at our outlying buildings that are not part of the county system, so we are stepping in to help with that, because again, when something doesn't work, they call facilities. You get the email, so again, working with that. Indoor air quality assurance. I list that as a challenge because anyone who watches national news, local news, news in Raleigh, state news, Commissioner Waters, NC State, we all know there's a building there that people have issues with. And we get questions from people, and when we get those, we go in and we'll do an air quality test in that particular building, but there is not a program in place where we do it on a routine basis and things like that. It's on more of an as-needed basis. So what I plan to put in this year's budget is the cost to start a program where that is done on a routine basis, so that we have the information. If there is an issue, then we address it. If there's not an issue, then if there is a particular person that is having medical issues or questions, then we would be able to give them the report that says this is what it shows, and you can share this with your provider, because we all have different sensitivities to different allergens. So I may not be allergic to one, but you may be extremely sensitive to it, so it may be an individual issue, but then we would have the information to give to them, again, trying to provide a safe and secure workplace for everyone. And then the last item under the challenges and solutions is, again, the increased workload and time demands. And the proposed solution that I currently have is for the addition of a facilities technician. Last year in the fiscal year 24 budget, we made that request as an expansion item. It was not approved, so I plan on making that request again. Again, 20 buildings, we have a coordinator or a supervisor, and then 2 technicians. So I would like to request a 3rd technician. That would allow them to do more work in-house. It would provide them to respond faster. Also allows them to be 4 people to be on a rotating on-call for weekends and nights. Again, the other thing that I somehow, not even in here, we have a detention center. It's not just 20 buildings, it's 20 buildings that includes a detention center that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And also, it includes a substance abuse 24-hour facility. So we have 2 facilities that are open 24 hours a day that they have to get response to 7 days a week, holidays, weekends. And then the other one would be a capital projects coordinator. When I look back at, we have our weekly updates on Tuesdays where we go over things and making sure things are rolling and things are moving. Well, it's frustrating, not just to other people, but to us as well, some of the things that it's slowly not getting there. So again, a capital projects coordinator. The issue at the courthouse, the interior renovation that just continues to grow, because again, the project started as one, and then something else is added on, The sheriff's office is another one. We started out with one scope of work, and now some other things have been added and things like that. So it's just a matter of the time to get those things done. Both of those projects are close to being going. We met with the engineer and the architects on both of those, so we're getting there. But other things will pop up on top of it, so such as the 911 renovation and things like that. But those are projects that you very wisely, in my opinion, allocated 1 penny to go towards capital improvements, and it's there for the contracts, but we need the personnel to help to do those and to get those things taken care of and to manage it and to stay on it. So going to the next one is, again, speaking of the capital for the capital project fund, This is what I just have out there right now for what will more than likely be included in the coming year's budget. The courthouse, we've got 2 boilers. Todd's having to manipulate and do a lot of different things with the courthouse to make sure that the heat and everything is working as it should during the winter. And then also 2 buildings, the Seaboard and the Tideland, paint and flooring replacement. So those are kind of next on our list of moving on. The tax office.
Okay, and then Tideland is?
Board of Elections, probation. And then the remaining, I haven't spoken with the manager or with the finance officer about this, but as of right now, that's all that I have. Because any remaining funds, I would suggest just having that reserved for cost increases, because that's part of the issue that we're running into. As you know, when you go to Food Line or Walmart, everything costs more than it used to. So things have gone up. So again, with the courthouse project, everything, I've just gotten in the price for a project down in the jail with the revising the door. It's above what I requested last year. I mean, it's just, everything just goes up. So it's frustrating. But again, that would be my suggestion, is that we just wait to see, that we keep that there. You guys may have other plans or another way or another source to do overages. I don't know. I just try very hard to stay within budget. So I try to make sure that I have enough budget to do the projects that we have listed.
It almost looks like we need to take a deep breath and not add any more projects until we get called up on some of this stuff. I mean, some of it is money that's been laying there for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Why can't we outsource and have a project manager on some of these bigger ones instead of adding an employee?
I've tried. I can't find. I've made phone calls of people that have recently retired from government agencies, people that have retired from architectural firms, people that have retired from engineering firms. It's very difficult to find that. I've looked for that, and I'll continue looking for that. And if I get, approval to spend, consultant fees out of the capital fund, then we might can advertise. But I absolutely, I thought.
You've got Adam Waters that retired from the city on your list?
I have contacted Adam Waters numerous times. Hi, Adam, if you're watching this at any time. Actually, Adam is very busy because he is working with the city of Washington, helping them catch up on some issues and some projects that they have that are ongoing. So unfortunately, the county hasn't had anybody to retire from Public Works recently, or else I would be doing that. But yeah, I would love to do that. Somebody from GUC, somebody from the city of Greenville, somebody who's familiar with our procurement, because that's one of the biggest issues is the procurement hurdle. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
John.
What do you mean by taking money out of your fund in order to advertise for a person? I mean, don't we have a department that handles human resources and would be involved in that?
No, I'm talking about paying for the...
Yeah, she has to recruit those. Human resources can't do that.
Okay, I thought you were talking about looking for an individual to manage it.
But individuals with some very specific qualifications.
Yeah.
That she is the only person that can know, or an engineer or somebody that works for her. Can't be done by human resources. It'll just drive them crazy.
The differences between a consultant versus a part-time employee and the labor costs and that type of thing.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I know that this board is very shy to look at additional positions. But as you think about long-term maintenance and capital needs of this county, we did a study, and that study told us that we needed to be spending at least 2 cents of our tax rate, which is a little over $1 million, $1.2 million, $1.4 million a year on projects. That's a pretty significant amount of money. And if we're going to get on top of that and stay on top of that, and be able to manage that. I think it's good business to have somebody who works for you, who is one of your employees, who can manage that and has continuity in that instead of jumping from one consultant to another consultant. That's just my opinion. But we're behind the 8 ball, and we got to get ahead of that as best we can. So I would just ask the board to take that into consideration as you talk about that. I clearly understand that we're adverse to looking at additional positions, but sometimes that's what it takes. And if we want to do it effectively, we need continuity, and we need somebody to be able to be responsible for that. Just my opinion.
And commissioners, I'd like to say, like I said, I've debated long and hard about whether to ask for this or not, because it's difficult to say that. But again, looking at the projects, and because there are projects that have been going on for multiple years, again, it bothers me more than it bothers anyone else in this room, I can assure you of that. But there are other projects that have gotten done. I mean, we've done an awful lot. I mean, the number of roof projects, I mean, there have been some really big projects and things like that, but there are some others, and it's hard, but there's a lot that goes on. Our Public Works Department is a large department with a lot of responsibilities, and when you compare it with other entities and other agencies that are this size and that have this square footage, and we need some assistance. So that's just what I have. And again, when in the budget, I'll have more detailed information. Again, I'm just kind of letting you know.
I understand what you're saying, Brian, and I don't have any problems. But, you know, there's day-to-day maintenance that, you know, I think it's better if we got somebody we can react quicker and do it probably a little better. But if we have a project in a building that's $300,000 or $400,000, I'm looking for some way to fix that so that we've got one person that's overseeing it, either from the outside or on the inside.
You know, and I agree 100%. That there ought to be somebody who is essentially separating out the day-to-day maintenance operations. That's a group of folks doing their thing, keeping that. And then you've got another person who's in charge of managing the projects that are these long-term capital projects that are revitalizing facilities and taking care of those issues that we have, not the day-to-day maintenance. And I would argue that if you're talking about, if we were only doing one $200,000, $300,000 project a year, but we're actually talking about what we should be doing is over $1.4 million a year. And those are stacked projects on top of each other as you run out. And that continuity of having a person in-house who says, that's our project manager for capital projects. And they manage all that. Whether they're working with outside engineering firms, they're the one responsible for that, and we have control over them. And we're not having to take somebody out of Christina's office and deal with a consultant, because then we're tying up one of our people. You know, you're still managing the consultant who's then managing your project. We want that. We want to have our person managing every bit of that, because it's not, like I say, in my opinion, if we're doing what we probably need to be doing with our facilities, it's not just one project. It's a myriad of projects stacked on top of each other for the next 30 years. Because if we don't do that, our facilities are going to fall apart, and we're going to be spending a whole lot more money than we should be. We should be looking after our facilities better than we are. And I think we've identified that. You know, it's pretty clear we should be. And the board's taken proactive steps to say, yes, we see that. We're able to, we set aside a penny a couple of years ago to say, yes, we agree with that. We just need to take that next step and continue that process.
And the challenge that we also have is, because I've done it both ways. I've been with the county, this is my 11th year. When I first started, it was very small. I was the project manager over the capital projects. And I still am, I mean, trying to deal with consultants. But you bring in a consultant, they do not know your building. They do not know the existing systems of your building. So the county personnel has to be the one who tells them all of that. The problem is we don't always know our buildings. Our buildings are old. We don't have as-built. We don't have records. So the knowledge that's in those design plans in order to minimize the change order so Commissioner Booth doesn't get after me when I stand up here, you have to have a county personnel who has some history, who knows what's going on in the building. So even the projects with the courthouse, we can hire a consultant and he can draw the plans all day long, but he only draws what he sees and what you tell him. And if you don't tell him, that's when you get the change orders, because the electrical system in that courthouse is not what's on the electrical system from the plans from 1969. Things have changed, things have been different, and you have to coordinate. Also, you have a consultant who comes in. They don't know the clerk of court. They don't know the register of deeds. They don't know the court calendar. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know when the contractor cuts a wire that they're not supposed to cut. He has no idea who to go call to tell them. So again, that's the advantage of that. But again, that's, any other questions for facilities? I know we're
to give you equal opportunity, let's move to solid waste,
okay.
And we can come back at the end if we need to.
Going to the solid waste division, fiscal year 24, a budget of 4.3 plus capital projects. So this one started out with good news. Beaufort County has not experienced a major storm event during fiscal year 24. So on the solid waste side, that's fantastic, because that generally means we don't have a tonnage overage. So right now our tonnage is trending flat. So when Wes is running his monthly reports, we are currently within our previous year's budget. If there is anything remaining, then we plan to do this year, just like what we've done always in the past, is if there is some extra funds for that, then that's when we use it for some minor repairs at the collection sites, like fence repairs, pad repairs, and things like that. Looking ahead to next year, fiscal year 2025, just always be aware we've got the CPI increases that are included in the contract, which is capped at 5%. So again, just with a CPI increase, you're looking at almost $150,000 of an increase for that. So again, the good news is that's with the CPI. The good news is fuel prices have gone down. A lot of our budget, because of all of the trucking that is involved in transporting our waste, the fuel prices have gone down, so we're looking for our fuel surcharge to decrease greatly. So that will help to offset some of that increase. Solid waste, I've added in a new slide. This is kind of to date because it has been very active. For many years, solid waste, not a lot was done, but West has worked really hard on a lot of these items. So one, the solid waste ordinance was updated and adopted. Phase 2 of the collection site phase 1 of the collection site improvements. Again, that's the improvements at the River Road site, the Chocowinity site, and the Cherry Run site, our 3 busiest sites. Very successful project. I'd say we've completed everything that we had planned to, other than there's a little bit of asphalt pavement patching that needs to be done at Cherry Run. That, again, the weather kind of caught up with us, so that's the only thing that needs to be done. It's within budget, and it'll be done on the day that the site's closed, so we're not looking at any closures or anything like that. So that was a very successful project. The roadside cleanup, again, that was included in this year's budget. It was something new. We contracted it out 2 times a year in August and January. People came in and went to each of the collection sites and picked up a certain distance on each side of that in order to clean up the roadway. A total of 1.6 tons of trash was collected. So again, I think that was a benefit to everyone. Unfortunately, the contractor that we used, they were from out of state. They have elected not to renew their contract, so West will be putting that out to bid again to get a different contractor. Then the third one is the household solid waste collector licensing program was implemented. Again, that was something listed in the ordinance. So again, now in order for us to pay for tonnage deposited at the transfer station, that you have to have a sticker and you have to have applied with the county so that we know who is picking up waste from household contractors that we're paying for the tonnage. The challenges and solutions for solid waste are great. Got a few of these listed. One is the phase 2 site improvement. So again, this is the remaining collection sites other than the top 3. Looking at doing the safety improvements at those sites, the rails, lighting, things like that. So not as much of a major Construction project, as the other three were, not paving, things like that, which I forgot to mention, paving at River Road site, fantastic. One of the things that we've gotten tons and tons of positive comments on. So again, that would be included in this year's budget. The next one, again, goes back to personnel issues. Solid waste ordinance enforcement, and then also excessive waste along the roadways of Beaufort County. Two things that I've heard the board mention numerous times, things we discussed during the solid waste ordinance discussion. We've got this ordinance, we've got these penalties. We need somebody to enforce them. The whole thing about hours and times and things like that. So I know at the time, I know the board had much discussion about a full-time versus a part-time. We presented in last year's budget an expansion item for an enforcement officer. That was not approved, so our plan is to present it again this year to do that. We'll have different options. One of the items dealing with excessive waste along the roadways, actually received this information from the sheriff's office as a suggestion. We had checked on it a few years ago, and at that time it was not an option, but now it has become an option again, which is using inmate labor to do a pickup crew. So the prisons are doing that again now. I do not plan to do that. Don't think that's part of my job responsibility to go out and manage a crew of inmates. And Wes, so that to me would be, could be a task of an enforcement officer or even someone else if we wanted to do that, to run that crew. But again, we're going to present these as options to the commissioners, and then, giving you the cost to do that, and then, your decision on how to move forward with that. Next challenge would be diverting aluminum cans and plastic bottles from the landfill. Again, as you know, they are not, per general statute, should not be disposed of in landfills. We currently do not provide an alternative means for people to dispose of aluminum cans and plastic bottles in landfills. So again, as part of this year's budget, we will be presenting again the additional cost to do that as an expansion item. Disposal of household hazardous waste. Again, that's another item that we currently do not provide a means for people to do that. The last time that was provided was during a major storm event when it was done as part of a roadside pickup. And that is something that West fields quite a few telephone calls and emails with people requesting how are they able to dispose of items. So we would like to provide a collection event. West has spoken with numerous agencies and companies that do that. One of the biggest issues we have is them willing to give us a price, because we've never held a collection event in Beaufort County, so we really don't know how much we're going to get. So we can't give them a guaranteed minimum and that kind of stuff, but we are working on that, so we will come up with some type of number. Household hazardous waste, you could probably list 10 to 15 different things. We may end up, our first event may be more limited, and then we may expand it, things like that. So we're still kind of playing with that to see what it would be. But of course, the paint, gasoline, those are the two that we probably get the most telephone calls about. Oils, we do, each of the collection sites accept used motor oils, but cooking oils and things like that, we do have issues with. Hydraulic fluid, things like that. We have problems that finding people, bulbs are the other things that we refer people to private industries and businesses in Greenville where they may have to pay to dispose of it, but that's the options that we give them. Small ones you can take to Lowe's, but the large tubes they do not accept.
Have you had any conversation with Rod Gerganis? I know they're doing some, but it's not anything that can...
I actually spoke with Rod last Friday, I believe, and he is actually having challenges with the provider that the state used. Previously, they used to come and set up in the parking lot, and they would accept basically anything, and now they're putting limitations on what they will accept, the manner it has to be in, and things like that. So he was calling me to see if I had any other way to do it. So we are working closely with them. And then the last item here is the mega sites development. The challenge for that has been, and continues to be, locating parcels in the preferred area that meet the desired criteria and are available. If you recall, in the different presentations and different meetings, we put the map of the county up and draw the little circles and radiuses around the sites and where would we want to put it. Trying to find a parcel of land that's not in the middle of a residential neighborhood, that is of a certain number of acres, or that's able to be sold and that type of thing. Wes has spent hours and hours talking to different people and companies, and one very large landowner within the county is who we are currently talking with again, and we've got it narrowed down to 2 sites that we're now investigating specifically down to the wetlands to see if it is usable. So that's we are trying to move forward with that. We do realize the time crunch that we're up against and trying to move forward with that. But again, government entities versus private practice, it sometimes makes things a little bit more difficult. But we're moving forward with both of those and hope to bring something to you soon as far as regarding those. Any questions on solid waste?
I've yet to have anybody say they like those rails. But aren't these sites for household trash, isn't that the way we're moving? So the one person said they saw somebody struggle with a mattress and going over the rail was dangerous. And so is the mattress something they are supposed to be throwing away there?
Yes, they can. That's household waste. I would say throwing it over probably is dangerous, but we designed the rails with a space between the two, so hopefully they would be able to push it in. And I would say that yes, that may be potentially dangerous, and there may be a percentage of that, but it's more dangerous for that person to fall into an empty 40-yard container and to fall down.
And is there any, when we start designing the mega site, will there be like a site where you can back up and push off the stuff? Because I think that's what's missing, and that's what people say, gosh, if we could just have that. And I know we can't have everything.
From a safety standpoint, you cannot. But now what that person could do, if they were there by themselves, is to go and ask the site attendant to help them to unload the mattress and to get it into that. But the way the rails were designed, again, we left the space in between so that people hopefully, would be able to sweep between the rails or put something like that through. If they can't handle the rails, then they would go to the transfer station
right.
on the road and do
That's
that.
what I told them.
But that has it where you just walk up to the edge and go in, which is extremely dangerous because it's very slippery, as Todd can attest to.
Well, most people that use that have the dump trailers, so they don't even really have to get out. But
none of the designs that I have seen, and Wes and I have looked at numerous collection sites that have been done around, I mean, you just don't have that where you can go up flat. There's always some type of barrier, whether it be a concrete wall, like a Jersey barrier that may be 3 foot tall or something, that everything is getting higher because the risk of falling into it, because people have fallen into it in other counties, Pitt County. I mean, it occurs, and it occurs
years ago.
It's happened here more than people know.
Yeah.
So we have been very, very lucky with that. But yeah, it's just dangerous.
Okay.
I mean, and no other, and actually OSHA requires, so we have to have some type of fall protection. That's a huge part of OSHA that we have to be compliant with. Absolutely.
I think the question was kind of in relation to the future mega sites as well. As we've planned for those, the concept plans would have the yard waste area on a flat ground site where you would back up to the pile and be able to push out into the pile. You wouldn't be pushing it into a container. So if we go as we're planning, where yard waste is only accepted at the mega sites, the yard waste portion of that is considered.
But the bulk would not be on the ground because you cannot put waste directly on the ground. It has to be within a container that stops leaking.
And at the mega sites, the bulk would be going into a compactor unit.
Brian?
I mean, there are opportunities, as they talked about, where you may have some open containers that would open on one end where you would walk it in and line it up, like tires sometimes where they lace them in. But the other part of that is don't try to do too much as a one-person operation. You get yourself hurt. Ask for help.
And again, I go back, that's why we have staffed collection sites. So every collection site has a person that is there, and if a person goes up and requests assistance, they should receive that assistance. If not, then that's when they would call our department and let us know.
This person sounded older, and I would question why they were even bothering by themselves to throw a mattress away.
But unfortunately, some people don't have the family support or the neighborly support to do that. So, but again, if they, that's why we have manned collection sites, so hopefully that doesn't occur.
I would encourage those people who are bringing mattresses and things, bring the person with you that helps you load it in your vehicle.
Good point. Other questions? We have, we have 5 minutes left. Anything that you guys want to tell us, or any questions that we have? I'm good. Everybody good? Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To each one of you and what you do every day to try to solve problems. I probably closer to the rollover sites than I am to keeping maintaining the building. And I'm also on High Caney's water, so Eric, I don't have to call you. Full disclosure. Okay. Brian, you want to introduce our next topic?
I think, Brandon, are you going first? Okay, all right. So, just...
Thank you, Kristen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't open.
You got gray hair.
I know, it's colored. Costs a lot of money to color it that way.
Shows a lot of wisdom.
Thank you. It's not turned gray, it's turned blue.
I'm sure mine's the most recent.
I was gonna say, I thought he had put those in there, but then he did that.
And I did it, they came and looked at it, and paid the bill, and it was over. Way too much thought there. And that's why a lot of people are bidding on it.
Are you trying to pull something?
Yeah, I think she's trying to load the PowerPoint.
Okay. Just want to make sure you're not waiting on us.
Yeah, no, mine's brief anyway, so hopefully we can get through this thing pretty good.
Does that give Brandon more time?
Yeah, I'll give the rest of the remainder of my time. I'll go ahead. I got your maps and inspections, by the way. I don't know if you got my email.
I got a couple about an hour ago.
Okay. You don't have any more waiting on it, do you?
I don't think so. I'll send you an email and give you a name if I do.
I'll get back with you on the, we're setting up that planning board meeting.
Oh, yeah, right.
They had a meeting on whether to lower the flag staff on a day that wasn't supposed to go. I said, this ain't for me.
And if it's easier, I mean, I can just read it out. The visuals aren't really as helpful as All right. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. So I just put together a year-end review PowerPoint just on the activities of Mid-East Commission, and I'm just going to run through that. So as far as the planning activities, and this is mainly in regard to the plat map review, I broke it down in regard for the 2023 versus 2022 year. For major subdivisions, for this year we had 4 that went through the planning board. Special, minor, and exempt subdivisions, so the remainder of most subdivision plats. So we had about 150 compared to 162 for the 2022 year. So it did go down a little bit for the special, minor, and exempt. We didn't have any minor or major mobile home parks. The major travel trailer parks, we had 1, and new road name petitions, we had 8 that went through the board. Billboard permits, we had 1, which is the same as 2022, and then variances, we granted 1, and then no solar permits. And this is a further breakdown of the subdivisions. Again, major, we had 4. Special, it was 64. Minor, we had none. And exempt, for the 10-acre exemption, we had 4. Recombination exemption, we had 68. And then other exemptions, we had 12. As far as conservation easements or CREP easements, we only had 2. I've listed out some other of the projects that we've been working on. Most of these are grant funded, and I might be able to answer some questions on these. A lot of these ended up being in the hands of Jamie Heath or someone else at Mideast, but I would just run through a few of them. I won't make you listen to me read them all out, but just as a few examples, we did do the final ordinance updates on all of our major applicable development-related ordinances as far as Senate Bill compliance with the most recent Senate Bill 300 guidelines. Just reading off a few more, we completed the Beaufort County Resilience Strategy document, and that was in 2022, which was funded by the Resilient Coastal Communities Program, RCCP Phase 1 and 2. And then we began engineering and the design of the Low Impact Development LID demonstration site, which is a rain garden permeable pavement parking area at BCCC, funded by the RCCP Phase 3 in 2022. As far as the Phase 4 implementation, it was submitted in 2023 but not awarded yet just due to the lack of grant agency funding. And I'll just read another one out here. Engineering and design of the construction of a living shoreline demonstration site at Wrights Creek Park site funded by the DCM Public Beach and Coastal Waterfront Access Grant in 22 cycle was awarded, and that was awarded in last year, March in 2023. So the funded application also included other park project elements such as, or other park elements at the Wrights Creek site. And if y'all have any other questions on those, I'll try to answer them if y'all have any, but we can get back to that at the end. Just moving forward as far as 2024 goes, we plan to continue to review ordinances for improvements and any compliance with new statutes as new Senate bills pass, and looking for ways to improve and streamline the review and address administration process. As far as our subdivision process and the requirements with surrounding and similar counties, we've been looking and comparing those as far as necessary changes, and as new things such as tiny home parks or any other developments pop up, other counties are developing more and more requirements and stricter, and then other guidelines within their subdivision ordinances to kind of account for these new types of development. So we've been kind of looking and comparing those.
And then we plan to assist in getting the most up-to-date versions of our ordinances online and accessible. I know we've got versions online now. We've just been going back and looking through those since we've been making the most, like I just mentioned, the Senate Bill 300 update. We've been trying to make sure those are all online as well for people to access. I don't have much else to go over, so if anyone has any questions, I'm here to answer them if I can.
So real quick, and my apologies, I didn't introduce Joshua. Joshua Hollis is a planner with the COG, and Joshua, I think you've managed our stuff. We have obviously a contract with the Middies Commission to do our planning for us, and I think you've been in that role for a couple of years now, I think.
Going on a couple.
Oh yeah, so have some continuity there, because at one time we were switching fairly often. So my apologies for not introducing Joshua to start with.
Any questions? All right. And I'll devote the remainder of my time to bring it up. Do I need to get off this or just? Thank y'all.
So just mash it over? Is that right? Oh, it went black. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm with the Inspections Department and Inspections Planning, and Christina said a while ago that something wasn't in her job description. And I remember, this was before Mr. Alligood got here, Mr. Woodruff was the county manager, and he hired a planner. And the planner decided that the building inspectors would put up road signs. So every Friday, we wouldn't do inspections. We'd hook a trailer to our county vehicles and go with hole diggers and put in about 15 signs every Friday. So when I took this job, I didn't know I was going to be doing road signs either, but anyway. Yeah, you do that, but at least I don't have to go out there and put them in, thankfully. Yeah, it did. It did. It's a good way for people that don't like you to stop by and cuss you out. Building inspectors sometimes aren't. No, I never had anybody over. Never. They would ask what we were doing, but never helped. We're inspections planning. I've got 2 building inspectors, including myself, and a permit technician. Like Mr. Alligood said, we contract out with Mid-East to do our planning. We have operating budget for this year was $329,000. And oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Excuse me. And that includes the contract services with Mid-East as part of that $329,000. We'll skip the next page. Everybody knows what we do. What I'd like to do is give us the building permit summary of how many we've taken in. I always go back a few years. In 2021, I'll just highlight some of the areas. And this goes from January to December. We issued 1,495 permits. Residential, that's new houses, we issued 220 permits. Modulars were 3, and single wides and double wides were 78 at that time. 2022, we've got 2 pages there. That's when we updated our software system. So half of it's 1 year and the other half is the last year. But that year, 2022, we issued 1,451 permits. Residential new houses, we issued 266, modulars 4, single wides and double wides were 69. And then last year, 2023, we issued 1,441 permits. Residential were 241, modular 6, single wides and double wides were 94 permits. So you see the single wides and double wides have gone up. And the price to single wide, double wide now used to
when I first started, a lot of people would get married, live in a single wide and double wide, save their money, but now a double wide's $150,000 to $200,000 now to come across the desk. As I mentioned before, we do handle the roadside maintenance, and this is for the current budget year. We've installed 56 road signs and 33 road signs were repaired. We have put in the order, we've got 50 road signs that we just ordered, and they should be ready to pick up by the end of this month. Of course, road signs is something else. It's always something with road signs. New for us? Yes, sir.
On the road side. One of the things I'm seeing more and more of, and I've not seen too many of the signs torn down the tube, but the farmers with some of this big equipment now going down the highway, they seem to be taking out more and more signs. Is there a way to get further away from or closer to a ditch, or has it got to be within so many feet of the...
Well, our contractor actually gets them to mark where he can put it at.
Okay.
So it's really kind of limited of where they can...
You mean DOT marks it?
Well, no, actually, what is it, 811, 411, what is it?
Okay.
No, not 911.
Yeah.
811.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go out there and mark it, make sure he doesn't hit anything. Okay. So, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, he's kind of limited to where to put it at. That and especially during the summertime, when they cut the grass, we do have a lot of signs that they do mess up there too.
What you might want to say is if he can get further away, they need to be directed to get further away.
Right, right.
I see a lot of damaged signs too.
Yeah, definitely is.
And how do you decide what signs are to be replaced? Is it when you ride around the county and you make a note?
Yeah, and complaint driven. A lot of the times the homeowners, but we always do go out there and check and make sure the sign's missing or damaged or something like that.
So if I see them, I just send you an email.
That's right, yeah. That's how it goes most of the time.
As you replace them, do we have a standard size? I noticed some of the ones I see now are bigger.
Yeah, it just depends on the wording, but yeah, we go by whatever the DOT requires. We just do the exact same thing they do.
Good.
Those signs up for us.
We do, Miss Corrections is the facility's name.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And they do it, and we go up there and pick them up.
Okay.
Rule changes, actually this rule change has just come into effect, but I put it in here. It's the Appendix H for your wastewater, your septic tank. What this does is, usually if you come in for an addition, you build a garage, replace a single wide, double wide. If you've got an existing system, we require you to go to environmental health. They'll go out there and make sure you're not encroaching on the septic tank lines. This Appendix H now has done away with that. So all the homeowner has to do is sign it, get it notarized, submit it to us, and it's supposed to take all liability from the state, health department, and us away. So.
Well, he's certifying to you. I'll come by over there one day and you show it to me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. They're certifying that, yeah, he meets all the regulations, is what they're certifying.
This is going to work.
Oh, I know. Well, we've already, the very first one that's done it, I went out there to do a final inspection on a mobile home, and the system was completely failed. It was sewage everywhere. Yeah. So it's just something somebody else can call and complain about. But anyways, and that's all I have. Anybody got any questions or anything?
Brandon, I don't know whether you or Brian wants to touch this and give an update. The board passed a resolution, and we asked the state emergency management to go through FEMA and review the data as it related to the Pungo Canal. Do one of you want to just give an update?
Talking about that zone up there.
Oh, that's in the floodway.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if I understand,
You're better talking there. You go ahead. Yeah, basically what they've done is that they've gone back and did all their calculations and everything, and they've reduced the floodway on that canal right much. So a lot of the places are taken out of the floodway.
They revised the panel?
Yeah, but it hasn't come effective yet, though.
There's been no opposition. It also affected 2 other counties.
That's right.
The last piece of it was they wanted to have meetings with the other 2 counties, and as long as there was no opposition from them, then they would start the process of finalizing that panel change.
Right.
The target, if I remember, was somewhere around June or July.
Right.
That would be effective.
That's right. So, and that's something that I don't think in our ordinance that we wouldn't have to adopt it. It automatically will adopt. Yeah. So, yeah, they do want to meet with all of us together. So hopefully that's going to be pretty quick.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's completely up to the board. I think we're ready to proceed if you'd like to. If you want to take a break, if you want to proceed on and wrap up a little early, we're happy to do whatever the board would like to do.
Can you give me 5 minutes, or I'll let the vice chair. I'll let the vice chair if he.
I've already made my run.
You've made your run.
We're happy to give you a 5-10 minute break.
Okay, maybe 5, 10. Got everybody back, and Anita, you and Brian are going to close the site with good news.
Yeah, it should be pretty short and sweet. Just got a couple slides here for you this afternoon. Did a pretty thorough presentation on Monday night at your regular board meeting on the finances, but did miss a couple things that I wanted to circle back to today. The first thing is, you might remember back in fiscal year 22-23, we moved from a 0 deductible workman's compensation plan to a high deductible plan with a $100,000 deductible. Of course, we're still through the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners risk pool, but, you know, when we were looking at the premiums that we were paying year over year and how the premiums were just getting higher and higher, we decided to go back and look at, you know, what kind of claims did we have? What's our claims history? And it was real clear to us that there would be a big savings, you know, if we kept having the small amount of claims and continue to experience the good safety records that we have within the county versus paying the high premiums under the 0 deductible plan. So we did do that. We brought that before the board. We got the vote to establish that workers' comp reserve fund and move to that $100,000 deductible plan. We initially transferred from the general fund balance $775,000 to put there in case we did have a claim that we needed to pay, or several of them. Fortunately, that did not happen. And then our plan was to transfer every fiscal year the premium savings that were realized by moving to that higher deductible plan. So we could build that kitty up. And I think the number we decided would be a good fund balance for that workers' comp reserve is about $2 million. So we're well on our way. We have almost $1 million in there at the end of last fiscal year. I believe it was $975,000. Give you a breakdown here on the next page of exactly what our performance looked like in fiscal year 22-23 under that high deductible plan. So the lower premium for the high deductible plan for 22-23 was $106,220. We had to pay $52,680 of claims out of our pocket, so to speak, out of that reserve that we set up because it fell, of course, below the $100,000 deductible. So our total cost in fiscal year 22-23 for workers' comp was $158,900. Now, under the zero deductible premium, had we continued with that plan, our premium would have been, we approximate, because there was an increase, about $348,000. So we did realize the savings of just over $189,000 by switching. So that's been a good move for us. You know, continue to trust that our strong safety program that we have in place with our risk manager, that we'll continue to have the same experiences on the claims side that we've had in the past. And of course, we just hope and pray that, you know, all of our employees will be safe, and the insurance is there. Be assured that the insurance is there if there is a claim. You know, our employees are covered. We're just under a slightly higher deductible, or quite a bit higher deductible than we've been in the past. Speaking of insurance, so, wow, property and liability insurance. Very expensive, as you all know. I'm sure you have homeowners insurance. You know that the North Carolina Rate Bureau asked for a 42% increase in rates on behalf of the insurance companies in North Carolina. Of course, the North Carolina Insurance Commissioner rejected that, and I'm assuming there'll be some negotiations between those two parties to try to come to an agreement. I think there's an October court date set already in case they can't come to an agreement on a number of a percentage of increase that they can both live with. Having said all that, of course, the insurance companies are saying just the rising cost with inflation, and then the increased intensity and number and frequency of the storms that are happening, you know, it's causing them to have to pay out all these claims, and they've got to cover that by increasing the premiums. So we're insured again the same way with our property and liability as we are with our workman's comp. It's through the association. I'm sure we got the best deal in town. I'm sure if we went out on the open market, well, first of all, we wouldn't want to do that because the association specializes in municipal and county governments, and the insurance needs that we have are very specialized. But if we went out on the open market, I have no doubt that our insurance would be much, much higher than it is through the association. But having said that, looking at the chart here, you can see how our premiums have increased over the last 5 years. So, you know, back in 1920, we were paying right under $300,000 a year for our property liability insurance. We've had rate increases of 35, 17, 26%, 30%. So now we're, you know, the current fiscal year we're in right now, our premium this year was $768,000. So my thoughts are, let's look at increasing our deductible like we did our workers' comp. It can't hurt to look at it. Not sure what kind of appetite y'all have for risk.
The $768,000, that is wind and what we call
everything, fire,
general
wind,
liability if
yes.
somebody trips and falls in a building.
It's
okay.
everything.
Well, you're right. That's getting to the
Yeah, so the challenge, and I think some of you heard the presentation, the district meeting they talked about with the association. The challenge has been that the reinsurance market has gotten so tight around the world, and they've actually had reinsurance folks get out of the market because they can't stand it. And so as that pool shrinks, obviously the price goes up because there are not as many folks to take on that reinsurance. Yeah, it's just a matter of time to see if that settles back out. But it does provide us the opportunity to look at it and say, okay, well, if we're willing to have an appetite for a little higher risk, as long as we're setting money aside and covering ourselves, then, you know, like we did with workers' comp, that might be an opportunity to do the same thing.
What's our deductible now?
It's different for different things, like for vehicles, after looking at the number of accidents we typically experience, we only have a $1,000 deductible on vehicles. I believe our buildings is either $20,000 or $25,000, something like that. But those are the two.
What about the general liability if somebody trips or something?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. It might be $10,000.
I think it's somewhere around 10, and then like officers' liability, elected officials' liability it's 10. So I mean, you can always look at what we look at when we do that, every year, we all sit down, we look at it. We look at the deductible, because we can bump the deductible a little bit, but all of a sudden you see that diminishing return. So you can take it up here and it doesn't do you any good on your premium. So we don't, when we see that turn, we're like, okay, that's as high as we want to go, because it really doesn't buy us much, but we look at it every year.
Yeah. So with y'all's blessing, then it does, like I said, it doesn't hurt to ask and get the numbers. I'll reach out to the association and just say, look, what if we move up to, say, $100,000 deductible on our buildings for fire and wind? How does that help our premium? And we can just go from there.
It would be kind of interesting to see if you were looking just at liability and then you looked at fire and
they don't separate theirs like that.
they don't. So I mean,
they just do the building, just the insurance.
Whole building, everything.
So you're getting, there's no way to see which one of the segments.
Not that I know of, but I'll ask them.
The problem is you may want somebody with a low deductibility for the trip hazard and that sort of thing, because you want a lawyer that's going to come and help you. They need to know that. You might get more claims if we had a higher deductible of paying off to settle rather than going to court and all that kind of stuff.
I feel like that specifically is an area where we could choose a lower deductible as far as the liability goes.
Well, I haven't seen the information on the loss ratio, but I'm assuming we're just like everybody else in the business.
I don't know if we ever had a claim on a building, really, because it's so hard to meet even that $20,000 deductible. We may have used the official's insurance in the past years, before. I'm sure we haven't paid some attorney fees.
There's nothing wrong in this area with being self-insured if you're willing to take a certain amount of risk. I don't have a problem with that. The escrow against the loss is the important thing.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at that during the budget process, and we'll bring that to you in May when you're debating your budget. The next slide I have, there was some talk this morning from Dr. Loop about needing a $500,000 trade building. There seemed to be some consensus that y'all like that idea. So, my mind went to funding on that, and I realized I hadn't shared with you recently the ARPA funds that we have available still. And you can see we've still got right at $1.6 million of ARPA funds available to be allocated. Just going through that list to remind everybody, we got $9.1 million during COVID in ARPA funds. We set aside $500,000 of CARES funding. That was also part of another allocation during COVID, giving us a total revenue from the federal government of $9.636 million. And we have allocated or appropriated for general fund uses, $280,000 for the Chaco Industrial Park for that railroad grant match, $100,000 to BHM Library. We paid for almost $50,000 of jail architect fees, looking at building that new facility. We've got $4,500,000 earmarked for broadband. And then $1.5 million was the initial estimate on the multi-purpose building. I think we have since said that with the cost of construction as it is still, that probably would not cover. Brian, you think that facility would probably need to bump that up a little bit. So we might come back with you on a revised number on that. And then for the water fund, the SCADA system, I just talked to Christina, that project is in progress, not quite finished, but on its way to being completed. We have finished the Swan Point Mobile Home Park water extension. That's completely done. And then you all decided to table the remainder of those other water projects for now. So probably going to need to be thinking about some direction on where you want to go with those other water projects that you tabled as well.
Bring those back up when she comes back with her budget that she presents to us. But, I know we talked about $500,000 of this going to the community college this morning. I just like to roll back on one thing. I know we just did our policy on automobiles, but for the automobiles that they were looking for, can we just take a look and see if the sheriff's disposing of something they could use? you know, you can always change your policy. Just because it's a policy doesn't mean that you have to do it every day, but there may be an opportunity there if they can use some of that stuff, rather than putting it up and selling it so cheap. I mean, I don't know whether it'll work or not, but.
Could very well. I think they just drive around the campus there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah.
No, they're going to the other three counties. You talking about the community college?
Campus police.
Oh, campus police. I'm sorry.
That's really all I threw together. Y'all know I'm in grandma mode the last couple of days, so I put that together this morning, sitting in here. Like I said, we kind of did a real thorough presentation Monday night on the finances. Anything else y'all would like to talk about or any questions you may have?
Ryan, what was the size of the building you're talking about? Our storage building? I don't remember off the top of my head. Actually, Chris's group put together a plan. DC actually put a plan together for us. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Did that plan include the cold storage or storage for the sheriff?
Yes.
It did not include that.
It did.
All right. Try it now.
When you say cold storage, we didn't necessarily cold storage. It would have, yes. We were thinking that we would have areas set aside security-wise tighter for them. Conditioned space. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're paying $60,000 a year rent for the sheriff's office to have storage, so.
Let's go into 75 if I'm...
Okay, I wasn't here yesterday, I didn't hear that part, so.
Well,
It pays us off to go ahead and build this facility.
You know, we got this $1.5 million. I think we ought to talk to that guy about him selling that to us. Well, he can say that, but when you sit down and start negotiating, you don't know till you get into the real money part of it to see if he would do that. That is a very nice facility. By the way, he's a good friend of mine, and he's going to be mad at me for this, but we really need to take a look at trying to buy that from him if we can, rather than building something, because it's laid out, it's compartmentalized. I mean, have y'all been out there?
Yeah.
It's super.
But I mean, I understand it's for storage, but the open area that we were talking about is related to being able to handle truck coming in and unloading is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a big place, and there's about 20 compartmentalized storage units out there, plus a building that's air conditioned.
I guess I would say, Mr. Chairman, even if it doesn't meet our needs as far as bringing 18-wheelers in and unloading materials and supplies during a hurricane, and we just use it for the sheriff's office, you can build and borrow money and build a facility and make a good mortgage payment for $75,000.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't know, that's smarter to do that than paying rent and making somebody else rent.
You can build a ramp out there to back a tractor trailer up to and run a forklift up it and take care of unloading stuff. That's not hard. That's not hard to do.
Your name's on here too. Are you making a presentation? Or?
I'm not. I mean, this is more of the ending opportunity for us to hear from the board about where are there items you want us to focus on in this upcoming budget? Are the things that you've heard that you want us to be moving in different directions? You know, our charge, or my charge has always been, unless we hear differently from you, we assume that you want to do the same, you want to provide the same set of services at the same level you've been providing them in the next year. And that's what we come back with you on a normal budget to say this is what it costs. If there are things that you want us to add into that, if you think that you like something you've heard, you want to go ahead and look at some different things, that's kind of where we were hoping to hear. If there is, that's great. If not, you know, we're going to bring a budget that says that essentially continues the operations of what we do, and you know, I know we kind of go through this each time. We look at every line item, we go through it line by line. I would encourage, you know, we'll give you the schedule if you guys are interested in sitting in with us when we do that. But Anita and I sit down. actually in the finance conference room right over there with every department head. We go through their budget line item by line item. We look at where they are, what their expenditures are, if we're right where we need to be, if there's some adjustments we need to make. During that time period, we go up on some, we go down on some. But what we're looking to do is figure out with the changing cost, what is it going to take to continue to do what they've been doing. But we're happy for you to join us. I know there's, if y'all want to delve deep into that when we do it, that's the time. Because you're seeing more of a big picture when you go into your budget deliberations. We're happy for you to do that. Love for you to sit in with us. But I mean, it's more of as we wrap up, are there things you want us to know as we go into this budget? Are there changes that you want us to consider? Those kind of things.
Okay, the floor is open.
I think I brought this up Monday night. I would really like to take a look at what we can do to expand the sports offerings to especially the county residents that are not part of living in a metropolitan area. Right. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So last year, I think our number, I think the board appropriated an additional $30,000, roughly $30,000, and we split it out amongst the municipalities. Y'all came up with a little. You essentially said larger municipalities with established programs get this chunk, and those were kind of equal. And then you add a little more. What I think I've heard the board say, and I want to confirm that, is the board, over the years, the board has worked to provide public access to waterfront areas for fishing and boating and those kind of things. We've helped with waterfront. But I don't think I've heard the board say you want to be in the recreation facilities business. Right. I think what I've heard you say is you want to support municipal programs. I do recall that when I was with the city, there was that kind of back and forth about city residents and county residents participating in those programs, and that from the city's perspective, there was a thought that you ought to, if you're a county resident, you ought to pay a little bit more to participate in that because you're not paying city taxes. And when I was city manager, I said, absolutely, I agree with that. And I said, and I think the county board would agree with you as well. Do that. And the city council said, well, that's too much trouble. So they don't do that. But I think that there are opportunities. I mean, just tell us what that looks like. Let me give you my vision, and then we can talk about it. My vision is we ask them to give us proposals. And I think we ought to be talking about helping them with infrastructure that is going to be able to expand their programs. And not maybe do everybody, maybe you pick one a year that you do to help the infrastructure, whether it's lighting or it's additional ball fields or those type of things, so that it's in their park to maintain it and to promote it. So when I was in Granville County, we had a similar kind of thing. We actually had a recreation advisory committee, and the board would set aside a chunk of money each year, and the same kind of thing I think you're talking about. The programs in the county would submit requests, and they would go to the recreation advisory committee, and that was made up of people who were appointed by the board of commissioners, and then they would say to the board of commissioners, we think this is a good program, we think this is a good program. Are you thinking about something along the lines of setting aside $100,000 and saying, here's $100,000 of money in the budget that we're going to set aside for enhanced recreation? Now, in the upcoming year, after the budget's passed, have the municipalities go through a process where they submit, and this board evaluates those and says, we like that program, we're going to fund you this much. Is that what you're thinking, or? Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, is that $100,000? Is that $500,000? I don't know what the number would be, except that I think $100,000 would be a good place to start.
Well, I'm going to oppose it because these people have taxing authority of their own. We don't need to be taxing people in Bellhaven to give money to Aurora. I mean, if you want an athletic program, tax your people and do it. Or you do it the old-fashioned way. Go out and get boosters to give you the money, because for the amounts of money we're talking about, they should be able to raise it from boosters, companies, and local people in the neighborhood. It's a growing government. It's making government bigger. I'm always opposed to that.
We've done kind of what you're saying, and you know, each year we've maybe put aside $10,000 for capital to help somebody in Chocowinity or Bellhaven or Bath to put up lights or do something. I mean, I understand that there's a need there for some of these municipalities to try to do that. And I don't have any problems for us having a capital, but I think that it needs to be, you know, kind of managed by an advisory board. I mean, these people know each other that, you know, are involved in the athletic programs in each one of the municipalities that are active. I mean, I don't know what the magic number is, whether it's 25,000, 50, or 75, but I think at some point in time there's probably a start, you know, to something like that.
So I think from our perspective, what we can certainly do, because you know, obviously there's debate on the board about where that is, we can certainly put that together and put it as a service expansion, and then the board can debate that service expansion as part of your normal budget deliberations to see. I mean, instead of us going ahead and sticking it in the budget and saying it's there, since there is some division on the board, then, you know, we would stick it in a service expansion, and you guys can look at those service expansions and say, I like that or I don't like that, and vote on it and do it. I mean, if all 7 of you said, absolutely, I want to do that, then we'll go ahead and stick it in the budget. But obviously there's some debate about that, so if that's acceptable to the board, we'll draw up a service expansion, say $100,000 for enhanced recreation, and put it in there. Y'all can deal with it as you go through your service expansions.
Mr. Manager, do we already give each municipality a certain portion of funds already?
You do, and you can look in our budget, and it shows. Like I say, last year that bumped up by about $30,000. I think we went to what, 15, 25 or something for the larger municipalities.
15, I think. 15. I think it was 15.
And then some of the other smaller municipalities, they got a little bit more of a bump. So, and we would show that. We'll show that on the service expansion side to say this is existing funding, and if you want to do this, if that's acceptable to the board.
I have had some questions about some municipalities that we gave funds to, and they don't have no programs. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I mean, a couple of them don't have. The only ones that I know that have a big, I reckon, baseball or football and all that is Washington, Chocowinity, and I think Bath.
And Bellhaven. And they're the ones that got 15. We backed off to 5,000 for Washington Park, Pantigger, Aurora, I think, that has no athletic program. I mean, but they're using money for, you know, little mini parks for the children, or playgrounds.
Right, and that would be some money for them to put in a walking trail or something to replace a piece of playground equipment they may have or something. I mean, obviously, it's not enough money to fund the program. It's just not enough, but it gives them a little something.
Yes.
Yeah, probably a couple of decades ago when I was a younger commissioner, I used to coach a lot of team sports, basketball, football, a lot of soccer. And we didn't really have the facilities in Beaufort County then that we have now. We also have more facilities at all our schools. I think things have changed dramatically in the last 20 years. I think cities really don't provide a whole lot of services other than bringing people to their town. Recreation is one of those services. It's a way that they can perform some measure of economic development. People will come to their areas when their kids come to play there. It really is more of a city function. If you don't have the facilities, it would be good if the county would kick in. But we have very fine facilities in this county. Our schools have fine facilities. We can very strongly request that the schools provide their facilities for the people who paid their taxes, so they can have these schools. So there's a lot of things we can do short of us getting involved. I don't think we need to create any more bureaucracy in Beaufort County. I think it's going to be a nightmare. So I think we need to stay on the same plan we're on now and just be happy that we got facilities for the kids.
Okay, any other topic that you want to throw out there? I'll go back to the maintenance. It concerns me that, you know, we set up one penny and we build up the, I mean, we got the money there, and it just seemed like, and I understand construction and that kind of stuff, but we need to find a way, you know, and if that's one additional person, if it's a project manager, whatever it takes, Brian, to, and that would be in the expansion budget, but.
Yes, sir. I mean, no doubt. When you think about just the sheer volume of work that you've got, if you look at the Public Works Department and the three divisions, the Water Division, this is essentially an enterprise fund that's sitting off on its own. But the maintenance side, if you think about the sheer volume of square footage that we're maintaining, the number of buildings, how spread out those buildings are. It's not like we're all in just one building. And we have 3 folks that do that. Yeah, there's some pretty good metrics on how many square foot is appropriate for people to be maintaining, and we come nowhere close to that. I mean, so they're struggling to keep the day-to-day things taken care of, and then the director's struggling to manage that entire department and then also manage those programs. And I know that it becomes tired after a while to hear COVID issues, but we are still recovering from having the ability to supply chain and moving on from some of those slowdowns that occurred. So there's some of that it's an issue, but it's being able to dedicate somebody and say, this is your job and you're responsible for this and you manage it from here to here, and it's an ongoing thing. I mean, I think it's going to need something like that to be able to do that. Now, I know you said originally, or you made the comment that, you know, maybe we just need to stop and get caught up. And I think we do need to get caught up, but I don't necessarily think we need to stop trying to move forward and look after things. I think we need to figure out a way to do that, and we obviously are not able to do that with just existing staff. We're going to have to. There's going to have to be additional resources in there.
No, I'm not on the day-to-day, but for example, the new ceiling, the new lights for the sheriff's office. I mean, that's something that's going to be done outside. That's what I'm talking about, delaying, you know, instead of adding one more and getting further behind, we'll go ahead and try to get a little bit more current.
No, I understood that one. I didn't take it to mean not maintenance, not routine daily maintenance. I understood it to be additional projects. But we got to have additional resources to be able to do that, I think. And I think it's only fair to that department head to help them be able to be successful. I mean, I view that as a big part of my job, is helping our department heads be successful in what they need, and come and advocate to the board about, you know, what that is, because ultimately, you know, the board wants to be successful in getting those things done and looking after your assets and being good stewards of that. We've got a lot of buildings, we've got a lot of work needs to be done, and we've laid that out in a plan. You know, I'll repeat it again, the board looked at that, you recognize that, yeah, we do need to look after that. You set a penny aside, we really ought to be spending 2 pennies. We're struggling right now with our existing staff to manage that 1 penny, so we need to do something. I agree with you 100%, and from my perspective, I think it's going to take an additional resource to do it.
I don't have a problem with expanding somebody to help us get the work along. The problem I have is a project manager. We have some big projects, I could understand it. But why would you take this 1 cent that we're setting aside and pay somebody $50,000, $60,000 a year to sit in the office to tell the other three how to get it spent. But if you got that fourth worker, you could get more done. I mean, if we had $10 million to spend, I could see a project manager. But I don't see and convince me if I'm not see day-to-day operations, but if 1 cent gives us what? Put windows in is $625,000. If you do it, windows and lights where everybody needs, you $625,000 is gone. I can see that part. But now you're gonna take you're gonna take that $625,000. I can see you hire another man to put the windows in, but then you're gonna take from that same money, you're gonna hire somebody to sit down and tell the guy when to go put the windows in. That's what I can't understand.
Yeah, now I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to try to convince you otherwise. So for the maintenance side, what we're talking about in a project manager is, I'm not talking about somebody who's going to sit in an office and say, do this, do that. I mean, I'm talking about somebody who's qualified to be able to go out and who is on site every day. A construction inspector, somebody who is watching that contractor, who knows those plans inside and out, you know, a construction inspector, someone who has an engineering background, who can read a set of plans and understand that when the contractor tries to make a shortcut on something or doesn't do something, they just say, no, this is what this is because we're looking after our stuff. Not somebody who's just a paper pusher. I'm talking about somebody who's in the field, who's doing that work, who's looking after the county's best interests and making sure that we're getting the product that we're paying for. And that's, you know, a project this year, or a couple of projects this year, but it's an ongoing thing. Our capital project needs are not ever going to stop. We're always going to need to be replacing roofs. We're always going to need to be replacing resurfacing parking lots. You know, there's that whole thing over the years that it's just part of looking after a building and facilities. And you can do that and help extend the life on those things, or you can not and find ourselves in issues like we found ourselves in before and just say, well, we can't fix this, we got to tear it down, start again. So I think it's a wise investment. But that's ultimately for the board to decide.
Okay.
Give or take a few buildings, we've had these same buildings for quite some time, and I know I've worked in all of them. But back in the day, I would get called in and say, give us a price on reflooring this building. I go, okay, I'd give them a price. And there'd be some questions back and forth, but ultimately would get it into a proposal, and they either do it or pick somebody else. But let's say they said, go ahead and do it. Well, I just did it. And occasionally they would check in. If I had a question, I would ask the question, well, you know, this is what I found, what do we do? But most of the time, I was just left alone to do it, and when I did it, it was over with. So I had nobody, you know, sitting there guarding what I was doing. Now, there are some secure areas that would be different. There are places that have to be done at night. All of that's true. And that has to be worked out when you put out the initial bid. Say, this has to be done at night, or, you know, we can do this up to this point, and then we're going to wait until we can get to access to this area. None of this was done all in mass back in the day. So I too have to question why we would have somebody to look over a project when it never really has been that way.
I understand what you're saying, but your comment too was back then. There's a difference in the quality nowadays. I mean, we're very fortunate that you were a contractor who had integrity and would do what you said you would do. We have some challenges nowadays with that, and we want to make sure that we're getting what we pay for, and that it's good, solid stuff. And I think with the volume that we have, I think it's, you know, again, it's ultimately the board's decision.
Other subjects. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
You got it. Second.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. And we're adjourned. Thank you.